Written some of the true classics of alternative research, and today we'll focus on one of those classics, the blockbuster Alien Agenda, that set the tone for deep research into the fascinating topic of UFOs. We'll also explore his most recent research, which contains some shocking revelations that will definitely shake up the mainstream view, which lives in denial as a result of a massive cover-up. Now, Jim has traced the ET presence all the way back to ancient times and believes we're looking at genetic engineering scenarios as far back as the period of Moses. Some of these revelations involve the enigmatic pharaoh Akhenaten and his bizarre prophecy. Does the past hold the keys to our future? Here we go. Jim Marrs, Akhenaten, alien DNA, and remote viewing UFOs.
You mess with this stuff long enough and you're going to really realize you're down the rabbit hole. The UFO phenomena did not start in 1945 or 47, okay? You can go all the way back through history. You can go back to Ezekiel, the fiery wheel in the Old Testament. Moses, by the way, is not even a name, it's a title. And Moses, back at that time, was translated as the true pretender to the throne. So Moses was actually Akhenaten. He tweaked the DNA and he kind of developed improved the breed with the Anunnaki female who carried the term and produced what was a hybrid.
You know, as we proceed into the 21st century, our culture and society are debilitated by a lack of understanding of the subject of UFOs, off-world civilizations, and the advanced technology that they represent. The secrecy, in fact, has become so absurd that the average person now believes that the government and media are lying to them on these sensitive topics. And they're right. But lately, we may have seen some cracks in that wall of secrecy, from Pepsi commercials featuring the Black Knight satellite of UFO lore, to the latest admission by NASA that they may have found the elusive Planet X, long championed by the late UFO researcher Zecharia Sitchin. There is a sense out there that even traditional institutions and corporations feel that UFO denial is unsustainable, and that we need a new view to match a new era. But the covert gatekeepers are more committed than ever to keeping the truth and the advanced technology to themselves. What are they so afraid of, and what are they trying to hide? Let's go ask Jim Marrs.
Dark journalist will go there. The deepest issues, the hardest stories, the biggest secrets. The truth is never easy. With top guests, like former Assistant Housing Secretary Catherine Austin Fitts.
Catherine, who is really behind this media censorship?
Internet feeds go through satellites. Who controls the satellites? It's the Pentagon.
Legendary investigator Graham Hancock.
Graham, this cataclysm must have destroyed an advanced culture in our ancient past.
It truly was an extinction-level event. It was accompanied by massive animal extinctions. It was accompanied by huge and unexplained sea level rises, and then a sudden plunge of global temperatures.
Best-selling author Jim Marrs.
Jim, don't these elite corporate owners need us around to buy their GMO food? Why would they want to depopulate?
Because they are eugenicists and they believe that they need to purify the human race. And if that sounds like the Nazis, that's exactly what it is.
Coast to Coast AM investigative reporter Linda Moulton Howe.
Linda, how are we going to scale that wall of UFO secrecy?
Humans themselves are bypassing, are beginning to dismiss all of the policies of denial and lies.
Dark journalists will go there. Visit darkjournalist.com and subscribe now for a special winter discount available for just $39 for 1 full year. You'll not only receive access to the complete audio archives to stream or download at your convenience, you'll also get exclusive subscriber-only content and Dark Journalist event discounts. Sign up for our free newsletter to stay updated on the latest shows. Dark Journalist. Let's get the real story in 2016.
You know, we need dark journalists, so just keep doing what you're doing.
Jim, it's great to have you back on the show. I spent some time rereading your classic book, Alien Agenda. And, of course, we did a conference together recently where you presented on this subject.
Right.
And I was just impressed with the amount of whistleblower testimony, cases, reports, photos, videos, and just the sweeping picture that you create of a totally fantastic and unexplained phenomena. which is just now a part of our everyday reality, whether or not the media or the government even want to acknowledge it.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, we'll go deep into ancient times to find the roots of this modern mystery based on your very latest research. But let's start with a case that you brought to light originally in the book, and that's the Maury Island case, which I think is rife with strange connections and is really a telling case when it comes to why there's so much secrecy around this topic.
There's some incredible crossovers and tie-ins there, right?
Oh, yeah. Kenneth Arnold investigates the case.
Yeah.
And it's right after he's had his major sighting. And we also have Fred Christman involved in this.
Fred Lee Christman.
We know he has a strange history.
And Guy Bannister.
Right.
Both of whom end up in New Orleans mixed up with Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yes, and that's off the charts. Now, how do we square these unusual connections between the deep state and the space program? Because we know that Oswald himself was telling every one of his co-workers who would listen at Riley that he was going to work for NASA. So what is it that all of these links represent?
Yeah, the NASA connection with Oswald is really fascinating. The fact that he said, told people there at Riley he was going to go work for NASA. Well, this ties into what Jim Garrison was telling me one time about that he went, several people there at Riley who had worked with Oswald, and he was trying to get them to come and testify at his trial against Clay Shaw as being part of a conspiracy to kill Kennedy. And there was like 3 or 4 of them. And all of a sudden they all got offered better jobs at the NASA facility outside New Orleans. And they said, well, national security reasons, they wouldn't allow them to come and testify.
Oh, unbelievable.
Well, thanks a lot. So again, there's huge, mysterious military industrial intelligence connection between Oswald, NASA, and the Jim Garrison investigation.
Well, it is interesting to revisit the public's attitude towards UFOs during the JFK era. Of course, there was a real learning curve going on there at the time. They'd had huge waves of sightings in the 40s, but things like the Roswell incident, for example, didn't even get revealed until the 1980s.
That's true.
At that time, no one even knew about that. So at the time, what we had were contactees, people who would come out and talk about their communications with benevolent entities or even beautiful Venusians. And then the character of the UFO phenomena changed with the abduction case of Betty and Barney Hill.
Right.
Now, how did that alter the terrain?
Well, first I was looking up here in Alien Agenda. I've got this incredibly good quote before we get totally off of Kennedy.
Oh, yeah.
From Bill Holden, who was the load master for Air Force One.
Yes.
And I believe it was in the summer of 63, I suppose, I think, when Kennedy went to Europe and made his famous Ich bin ein Berliner speech. And it seems that there had been some UFO incidents in Europe, and they were making some headlines around there. And so this Bill Holden told me that Kennedy was actually pretty approachable. He was a good guy.
Right.
And said while they were on Air Force One, he approached Kennedy and he said, what do you think about UFOs, Mr. President? And he said, Kennedy became quite serious, thought for a moment, and then said, I'd like to tell the public about the alien situation, but my hands are tied. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. Aliens. And of course, this also gets into the issue that Marilyn Monroe, right before she died, had told friends that she was going to tell secrets that she had learned from Kennedy, both of the Kennedy brothers. And the number one secret she talked about was, she said President Kennedy had journeyed to a secret airbase. I figure this is Area 51.
Okay.
And viewed things from space. So he knew. In fact, there's a real interesting tie-in there. Back in the 40s, there was a government group called the Interplanetary Phenomenon Group, which when I first heard about that, I said, oh, that's just got to be some kind of joke, but it was very real. It's been documented. There are documents now found from this group. And in 1947, they actually produced a report on the Roswell crash. And it is pretty specific and pretty out there. They talked about 2 different landing zones, LZ1, LZ2. They talked about multiple bodies being found. They talked about the whole thing. They gave names, dates, places. They also were the first that I know that mentioned that before the crash in Roswell, there were all kinds of sightings around New Mexico. And in fact, they had been picking up unidentified objects on their radar. And it was becoming quite a concern to them through the first part of that week in July preceding the crash at Roswell. But in the back of this report, it said one of the few members of Congress to have knowledge of this is Representative John F. Kennedy of Massachusetts. And it said he had served in he was in naval intelligence. There was an officer in naval intelligence, and that he apparently had a source of information within the office of the Secretary of the Air Force, or Secretary of the Air Force, I guess. At that time, it would have been the Army Air Corps. Now, that's true. Most people only know Kennedy's background as being the commander of the PT-109, right, in which he got sunk by a Japanese destroyer in the South Pacific. But it's true that prior to that, he had served in Washington with naval intelligence. So see, that tells you that this is a legitimate report. And that tells you that Kennedy, as far back as 1947, knew that the Roswell was the real deal and that something very unearthly had happened there. And then that leads to the story of these 2 guys who worked at photographers, worked at Area 51. They tell the story that they didn't get to go down into the underground levels to find out where all the really top secret stuff was, but that they did work there as photographers and that they were privy to the lunchroom, employee lunchroom there, and said they would go in there and there was in the lunchroom and there was they got to see and meet some of these Nazi paperclip scientists, okay, and other people who were working in this deep underground. And they tell in the fall of '62, I believe it was, that the buzz was going around that the president was going to make a visit. And the attitude was kind of, oh, well, don't worry, we'll give him the dog and pony show and he'll go away, And then afterwards, they said the tone totally shifted and that there was everybody in there was angry, and that the word is that Kennedy had threatened to cut their funding. And they were all grousing and complaining about him. Okay. So to me, what this tells me is that Kennedy probably did go visit Area 51 and probably was given the usual tour. Nothing here to see, we just have some experimental aircraft and nothing here. But since he had known since 1947 that the crash was real, there were bodies, I think he probably blew up at him and said, look, you're not telling me the truth. I'm president of the United States. I'm going to cut your budget. I'm going to, you guys need to start leveling with you. And as a matter of fact, I think that might have been one of the straws that broke the camel's back. And I think there were people, military, industrial, intelligence people, higher ups at that time that said, this guy's getting out of control, and he's going to blow national security secrets. We better see that something is taken care of here.
Well, it is fascinating to consider that we have whistleblower testimony on the record that Eisenhower was actually telling the people at Area 51 that he was going to invade that base with an Army division if they didn't tell him what he wanted to know about the UFO technology that was being researched there. So we see there again that power struggle between the executive branch and this kind of breakaway civilization military force that's there using this technology and actively reverse engineering it.
Right. And I think, for my money, Eisenhower was probably the last president that was fully briefed on the ET UFO situation. I think with that, once Kennedy got in, they figured they could smooth it over with him and put blinders on him. But see, he already knew, so that caused him a problem.
Right.
Now, everybody else, Johnson, of course, was their boy, bought and paid for, so he wouldn't give him any trouble. And then everybody else, they going up to Richard Nixon, right? Mm-hmm. And that gets to the Jackie Gleason story. Jackie Gleason, the famous comedian, and told his wife and told close friends, and then even told a fellow that I met personally that Nixon had taken him to a secret air base and they had seen things from space. Okay, so Nixon knew about it too, but probably only to a limited degree. And then you get to Jimmy Carter, and we find out that Jimmy Carter, well, at first you had Gerald Ford, our unelected president, and there's an interesting story there in that early on back, I'd have to look and see what it was, but I think it was in the late 50s, that there was a huge UFO sighting up in Michigan, his home state. And they sent J. Allen Hynek up there, who at this time was a famous astronomer who working for the government. And he made a press conference and said, oh, it was swamp gas.
Right. That's the classic right there.
Classic. And in fact, that's been a joke ever since, it's swamp gas.
Right. It's swamp gas or weather balloons. They're sort of neck and neck on that.
Yeah. Well, the idea that they had all mistaken swamp gas for UFO so enraged those people in Michigan, understandably so, that they got on to their representative, Gerald Ford, and said, this is not right. Gerald Ford went public and said, I'm going to convene some committee hearings in Washington, and we're going to study this UFO thing. We're going to find out get to the bottom of it and find out what's really going to happen, And then all of a sudden, nothing happened, There was never any hearings, never anything more. But he got to be our unelected president.
Right.
So see, he kept his peace, and they took care of him. Okay. And then Jimmy Carter, if you'll remember, campaigning, said that was asked about UFOs, and he said, "I've seen one," and he gave a very detailed description of seeing this UFO. And he promised that he would, it got to be president, that he would tell the people, he would find out the truth about UFOs and tell it to the people. But then that didn't happen either.
Yes, right. He backed off.
And then you come right on up. Of course, Reagan, he didn't get a chance to do anything because they shot him right away.
Exactly.
And George Bush pretty well ran the presidency there for a while. And then poor Reagan, he got Alzheimer's. He forgot about it. So then we get to Bill Clinton. Okay, Bill Clinton sent his old golfing buddy Webster Hubbell. He appointed him an associate attorney general of the United States and sent him to the Justice Department. And in a book, in his biography, Hubbell says, Bill told him, he said, "Webb, I'm sending you to the Justice Department because I want you to find out two things for me." He said, "I want to find out who killed Kennedy, and I want to find out what's the truth about UFOs." And Hubbell said he did not feel he was able to get to the information on either one of those.
Right.
So see, even the president of the United States, there are secrecy levels even higher than the presidency.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned President Carter in there. If we look at that era of the 70s and the openness, the kind of intense interest around the UFO subject, we even had the movie Close Encounters, which was a huge blockbuster hit that was directed by Steven Spielberg. So you can see there was a real appetite in the public's mind for this topic. The Betty and Barney Hill case became a TV movie. So it was all going mainstream. And by the time you get into the 80s, there are movies like E.T. that really carry that wave along. And by the time we get to the 90s, you're looking at abductee research. Everything is about abductees. And then a Harvard professor comes out, John Mack, and says, "I'm studying abductees and I'm actively researching this program." And that kind of blows the lid off of everything. Even Time magazine tries to pen this guy back into a cage and get control of the situation. So it was a pretty wild period.
And that was really interesting too, because there at Harvard with Mr. Mack, he had credibility and he had credentials. In fact, they tried to shut him down. They set up a peer review or some kind of review committee there that were saying, basically is like, what is this nut saying here, And it's interesting because I think they were after his job and his head, and they got neither one because they said, well, we're not sure we believe all this stuff, but his methodology is correct. And apparently these people are saying these things. So basically, he's saying people are being abducted by aliens, and they reviewed it and basically left him where he was, which to me tells us that he's telling the truth. And these people are telling the truth as best they know it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the amazing number of cases that he had where he would lead a patient through a hypnotic regression and help uncover these suppressed memories of those contacts. Really fascinating work. And I was lucky enough to meet Dr. Mack, and I felt like he was a really stellar professional. But Mack was probably the most legitimate person dealing with this topic. But then we also had people like astronauts Gordon Cooper and Edgar Mitchell, who sadly we just lost. They came forward and said many of their fellow astronauts know more, and the military understands that off-world visitors are a part of our reality now. And so they were trying to break through with this. At that point, I'd say in the late 90s, we were on the threshold of a new paradigm. And then after 9/11, it became all about terror. But there is that awareness still lingering there.
Well, there's been a whole, I call it a conditioning process. We've been conditioned to begin to accept all this. You go back to the 1950s and you'll find that the national polls showed that the vast majority of people disbelieved there was any kind of life outside the Earth. And that's why when people started talking about science fiction, mainstream people and mainstream media just said, well, that's ridiculous. There's nothing there. And it was just a very small niche, of people that were trying to be serious about UFOs. And in fact, and even then, the people who did believe in UFOs, their big burning question was, well, do they come from Mars or do they come from Venus? But as we got into the 60s and we got into the government investigations and the Hills, Betty and Barney Hill, their story, which was intriguing because up until then it was just lights in the sky. And now all of a sudden, here's people talking about seeing real physical aliens who had taken them and taken them aboard some alien craft and all like that. Well, that really struck the public consciousness, maybe more so in the field of entertainment than in true news, but at least it was increasing the consciousness. So by the 60s and into the 70s, the question became not whether they came from Mars or Venus, but do they come from Alpha Centauri or Zeta Reticula 4? We expanded our consciousness. We got a little more sophisticated. And then, of course, now into the 90s and into today, we've even gotten more sophisticated because there are legitimate questions now about, well, do they come from another planet or do they come from another star system? Do they come from another time? Do they come from another dimension? Mm-hmm. And personally, I think the answer is yes. All of the above.
All of the above.
I think that the Earth has a somewhat interesting position in the universe, and I think a lot of people are interested in who we are and what we're doing. Some maybe more from a beneficent viewpoint than others, but all of them, I think, are kind of intrigued by us.
That is so interesting. Well, one of the big breakthroughs around this was retired military personnel started coming forward. So on one side, we had a prestigious academic like Mack from Harvard University coming forward and confirming this. And then on the other end of the spectrum was someone like Lieutenant Colonel Philip Corso, who confirmed, in fact, that the military had reverse-engineered UFO technology. And he almost immediately came under a firestorm of criticism from the military, from the media, and certainly never could be said to have benefited in any way from coming forward. Quite the opposite, actually.
That's true. But, what's funny is that I've talked to some of the people like Colonel John Alexander, who worked with Corso, knew him quite well. And he says he kind of disses his accounts of dealing with aliens and alien technology and all like that. But then on the other hand, he tells me, yeah, but he was a real honest guy, great guy. So it's like, wait a minute.
Some things just don't add up.
It's kind of a disconnect there, Yeah, he's an honest guy, but don't believe what he's saying.
Right. Huh. Now, what do you think about Colonel Corso's revelations about military awareness of ETs?
It comes back to mindsets. It's your mindset. Philip Corso, for example, Colonel Corso, he was a World War II guy, Mm-hmm. And then he was operating in his prime during the Cold War. Well, everything was national security and everything was watch out. There's communist spies everywhere, blah, blah. So I remember one time when I was interviewing him, I said, Colonel Corso, in your book said you tend to leave the impression that that these visitors, these people coming around these UFOs, that they're hostile. I said, what makes you think they're hostile? He said, well, he said they would fly over our classified military installations. We'd order them to stop, and they wouldn't stop.
Huh. Yeah, so it's a kind of militaristic us versus them viewpoint.
That's the World War II national security state view of everything. If you don't understand something, it's got to be an enemy.
Exactly.
And that doesn't, that goes all the way back.
So these military officials really had that attitude in the 40s, from a war-torn point of view, that these were hostile encroachments into our airspace. And that's just the way it was in that period.
And it didn't get much better, because what you find is in the early 50s, we had a secret UFO war.
Oh.
Okay? Because in the early 50s, the military sent out orders to their pilots, if you see a UFO, shoot it down. Because they want to know what they were, and they want to get hold of the technology.
Well, they probably had a few crash retrievals, and they wanted more.
Yeah. So then, and this was late 40s, early 50s, they said, shoot them down. And then there was a period of about a year or so there where I have detailed a whole number of mysterious air crashes, airliners that crashed.
Yeah, strange circumstances, right.
And then all of a sudden the military said, they sent out new orders and said, if you see a UFO, don't shoot at it. Okay. Said, just report back. And airliner crashes.
They stopped.
Yeah,
that is just one hell of a coincidence. But since we're in the realm of crashes here, we're all familiar with the Roswell UFO crash, and there are others in that era. One at Aztec, New Mexico, which has also had some excellent investigation done on it. But you were the first person to highlight a crash that took place in your home state of Texas, and this crash took place in 1897, so it may be the oldest crash on record. Now, can you tell us about the Aurora crash?
What I have here is the entire front page of the Dallas Morning News for April the 19th, 1897.
Right.
Okay. And in the middle of the page, right here, is the story of the Aurora spaceship crash. And it says, about 6 o'clock this morning, the early risers of Aurora were astonished at the sudden appearance of the airship, which has been sailing through the country. It was traveling due north and much lower to the earth than ever before. Evidently, some of the machinery was out of order, for it was making a speed of only 10 or 12 miles an hour and gradually settling to the earth. It sailed directly over the public square, and when it reached the north part of town, collided with the tower of Judge Proctor's windmill and went to pieces with a terrific explosion, scattering debris over several acres of ground, wrecking the windmill, water tower, and destroying the judge's flower garden. The pilot of the ship is supposed to have been the only one on board, and while his remains are badly disfigured, enough of the original has been picked up to show that he was not an inhabitant of this world.
Huh.
Now, this is 1897. Now, of course, the debunkers have all said, well, it's just a fake story. Somebody planted a bad story, all kinds of things. Well, the railroad bypassed the town, and they were trying to get more, get people to come in there and get some attention to the town. What they don't point out is there are 16 stories on this front page, every single one of them, and they range from southern Oklahoma all the way south to almost Austin, Texas. And every one of them is talking about this thing flying through the skies.
Oh, that's pretty wild.
This is 6 years before the Wright brothers flew.
Right.
There's nothing man-made in the air. That's why I call this the smoking gun of UFOs. But back to the question about precincts, I got to read you what happened in Granbury, Texas.
All right.
Granbury, Texas, April the 17th. Newt Grissom last night at 9:30 o'clock, while drilling the Riddle rifles, discovered the mysterious flying Jenny of which we've heard so much. Newt is a very warsome young man, being a populist, but he could not stand the sight of the air machine. So he ordered the company to open fire on the object, which it did, and the whole town was soon aroused.
Oh, just amazing documentation on that, and 50 years before Roswell. So we've been dealing with this for a long time.
Right.
Now, one thing that has always intrigued me is the sheer number of cases by nuclear weapons sites. So what is the attraction, and why are they showing up there? You know, they seem to have this affinity for those locations.
Right. Well, this is simply because if we're shooting each other with bows and arrows, or even bullets or cannon shells, that just stays right here. That's us. You know, hey, you do what you want to do. But when we start setting off nuclear explosions, this sends perturbations of energy throughout the whole universe. I mean, you know, this is when you're messing at the atomic level, you're messing with the basic building blocks of the universe, and I think that got them concerned.
I see.
In fact, my line is that after we set off an atomic bomb in Alamogordo in the spring of 1945, and then 2 atomic bombs on Japan in August of 1945, I think that sent wavelengths out through the universe. And I think somewhere somebody said, oh my God, the kids have found the matches.
So we got their attention.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting to look at how our national security state decided to handle this. Of course, one of the most intriguing ways we sought to get intelligence on this whole arena was using a method originally developed by the Russians in their super soldier programs, and that involved psychic spies.
Yeah.
And we know it by the name remote viewing now because of declassified documents that show we had this program going on. And now we've developed some of the best remote viewers. And one of these men, his name was Ingo Swann, he came out and discussed how he was recruited to view these large-scale bases on the moon built by some other culture. Now, it's well documented that he was in this program, but some of the things he viewed there and what he said about it, it was really shocking.
Oh, yeah, very much so. In fact, when Ingo Swann, I met him and on several occasions and was in his apartment there in Manhattan. And he's telling me about naked humans working on the moon. You know, what? You know, but hey, so much of what they did has now been proven to be true. I'm not the one to say that's just balderdash, you know. In fact, Ingo Swann, another fellow whose name escapes me at the moment, in the early 70s decided because remote viewing is not limited by time or space. You can go look back in time, you look forward in time, you look out in space, and you look in here. They decided they want to take a look at Jupiter. So they both did this separate remote viewings, and they all came up with pretty much the same information. And they saw that Jupiter had a ring around it that we can't really see, but it's there, and that it has a magnetic field, which we didn't know about, and that there is clouds on Jupiter, and under the clouds they see big mountains. Okay. Well, at that time they tried to, you know, they put out this information, and the scientists, the astronomers, they all went, well, that's interesting, but who knows? Because we had no way of verifying whether it was true or not. But in the late 70s, they sent the Voyager mission out there. And the Voyager went out, circled around Jupiter, and took all these photographs and all these measurements and readings and everything, sent all the information back. And by golly, everything they said was verified. So this
incredible accuracy.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, their credibility is pretty strong.
No question. And as I understand it, Swann was essentially the best remote viewer that we had, and he was the real prototype for the program.
And he was good, but I wouldn't say he was the best one. What Ingo did, though, was he was one of the early ones to start actually experimenting with it and working out the protocols to make it work.
Uh-huh.
And so in that regard, he's basically, I would say, almost the father of modern remote viewing. But then he was building on the shoulders of others like the people there at in the universities that had been working with.
So Russell Targ and Hal Puthoff.
Targ, he was working on it, and I'm thinking of even the ones who were at I think the University of Kentucky, where there's a man and wife that were working on remote viewing, or except they didn't call it that, they called it clairvoyance. And you go all the way back, you find at the time of World War I in the 20s, spiritualism was a big fad.
Right.
And they were having seances and they were doing all this stuff. But again, they were just playing with it because they didn't know what it was. And as you so correctly said, actually, credible remote viewing has only been developed since the 70s, probably.
Amazing. Well, one of the crucial things about Swan and this book he wrote about remote viewing the moon and these bases called Penetration is in there he describes being grabbed by an intelligence agency to do this under some pretty secret circumstances.
Yeah.
And this idea about a base being up there that's not one of ours.
Right.
You know, for so long, we've been curious why they haven't gone back to the moon. You know, why have they slashed the public space program at NASA? Now we know.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when it's my understanding that after we quit going to the moon, we still had 22 Atlas rockets capable of putting men on the moon, but we never went back. And the explanation they give, I think, is pretty thin. They said, well, there's nothing much there. It's just a dead world, and we don't think we're getting any value for our money, and it costs a lot to go there, and we really just can't afford to do that. Well, excuse me, but that's like building a Rolls Royce from scratch and then say, well, we can't afford gasoline. We can't drive it around anywhere, you know. And by the way, if you think bases on the moon or something, how about bases on the Earth?
Sounds pretty wild.
In the remote viewing program, one of their early candidates to learn and remote viewing, and who apparently was quite accomplished at it, was an old police detective named Pat Price.
Pat Price, right.
And and one day Pat Price showed up unannounced, and nobody had ordered him to do this, but he shows up at work one day and he said, hey, I did this remote viewing session, and you know, there are 4 alien bases on the Earth. And he proceeded to describe them, and he even told where they were. One of them is Mount Perdido in the Pyrenees Mountains between France and Spain. Another is Mount Inyagani in Zimbabwe in Africa. Another one is under Mount Zeal in Australia, and then another under Mount Hayes in Alaska. And he even described what they were doing there. As I recall, the one in the Pyrenees was kind of an operational base. This is where they'd come and go and get orders and stuff. Mount Inagani in Zimbabwe was like a repair shop. That's where you went for, you know, if you needed repairs. Mount Zeal in Australia was, I think that was the R&D. That's where several species would go for rest and recreation, you know. And then the Mount Hayes in Alaska was a environmental monitoring station where they were monitoring the Earth and the atmosphere and I don't know, you know, pollution and all the stuff, what's happening to the Earth. Well, that was all fine and good. But of course they had no way of proving up any of this stuff. So they said, well, that's interesting. They filed it away. Later on, as it became more and more of a official military unit, the SciSpy unit, they had a training officer named Skip Atwater. And Atwater told me that one day he was deciding to give these remote viewers, as they're testing kind of an exotic target, you know, not your usual military aircraft or some landmark somewhere. And he happened to dig up the file that Pat Price had left about these bases. And so he tasked them to go look at, see if there's any alien bases on the Earth. And of course, you know enough about remote viewing. He didn't say, go look at alien bases. He just gave them a number.
Coordinates, yeah.
Coordinate number, 51206071, okay, which meaningless except to him. He knows in his own mind that refers to, I want you to go look at these alien bases. And when you do that, you have a thought pattern that goes out on the universal energy grid. And when they get that number, then their subconscious mind is already drawn to this thought pattern. And so supposedly then they are guided to the target. Okay, well, they all came back and they said, wow, there's 4 alien bases on the Earth. And they named the name Zimbabwe and Pyrenees and Australia and Alaska. They gave the same thing and described what was going on there. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, fascinating. What do we do with that kind of information? But really, the idea that they have bases here makes perfect sense.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And these places are so spread out that you won't find a base in a major metropolis.
Right, and they're underground. They're within mountains and stuff, you know. And unless you stumble across it, which chances are you're not, even if you do, I'm sure they've got doors and locks and camouflage and God knows what else that's going to assure that you don't get in there, you know.
Yes. A strange footnote to this story is Pat Price will die under very strange circumstances. You know, a stranger brushes against him in a hotel lobby, and a little while later he develops an illness and dies. So that's very unusual.
Yeah, that's true. Well, there's still some strange stuff going on with remote viewers because, see, the government is scared to death. They do not want the public to clearly understand that we all have this psychic ability, and that if we work with it and get it really reliable, that we can find out all the government secrets. We can find out everything that they are doing, and then when they come out and announce that Syria just blew up her airliner, you know, they go do a remote viewing, say no, it's a false flag. You know, oh boy, they don't want that. So they have gone to great lengths to try to denigrate the story of remote viewing. In fact, they even came out with that film, The Men Who Stare at Goats.
Oh yeah.
Remember that one?
I think it was 2009.
George Clooney. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that movie was not that far out because some of that stuff they really did. But what they did was, in their experiments trying to figure out how this worked, they did some crazy things. They tried to see if they could kill a goat by staring at it. They tried to see if they could run through walls. They tried to do all this stuff, you know, but that was just fringe stuff, just stuff off the wall they try. And so they put the weirdest stuff together and make it like it's a humorous movie so that everybody sees it and goes, that's pretty good. And boy, they're idiots. And boy, it didn't work. That's the whole thing. They didn't tell you about the ones that actually worked and the things.
Right.
Perfect. Because they don't want people to know they can do this.
Well, Jim, don't you know there's no such thing as psychic power?
Oh, of course not. We all know that. Just like I was taught that there's nothing on the moon. There's no air. There's no water. You know, there's just nothing there. And now, all of a sudden, over the course of my lifetime, there is some water seen and sprays drifting across the moon. And, it does have kind of a slight magnetic field. And it does. And, you know, and like right now with Mars, that was a dead planet. There's nothing there. And now all of a sudden they're going, well, there's water there. You know?
Right, exactly. And
if they quit doctoring the photographs and turning them with a red filter so they all look like a red desert, we might find that there's trees and grass, all kinds of things on Mars, you know. But of course, when they tell me, and that was within this year, I believe, when they suddenly announced that we think there's water on Mars. It wasn't a surprise to me. I mean, all you got to do is look at it. There's ice caps, right? There's a white cap in both poles of Mars. Well, what else would that be but frozen water? You know, of course Mars has water.
There are researchers like Richard Hoagland who think there's much more than water up there, that there's ancient ruins. Now, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I tend to think so too. If you look closely at some of this stuff, in fact, you can go onto the internet, Google images and say anomalies on Mars or buildings on Mars, ships on Mars. You'll find all kinds of photographs of weird and odd and strange looking things. Now, I'm not going to say they all show buildings and artificial structures. Some of the ones I look at and go, you know, it's like a rock to me.
Right.
You know, but then there's others though that it's like, whoa, that cannot possibly just be some kind of natural object, you know.
Jim, what about the face on Mars?
The face on Mars, though, is actually kind of an interesting study, too. You know, they came and they got it at an overhead angle. And, of course, the clarification, magnification wasn't all that great. But it certainly looked like a face. And that kind of slipped out. And then that went all over the internet. And everybody's going, wow, looks like there's a human face on Mars. And then NASA, in an attempt to try to disparage that kind of talk, because that was starting to crack open their secrecy, they took a picture of it from a low angle where it just looked kind of like a series of ridges, you know. I said, no, there's nothing there. It's just a natural thing. And so that has gone back and forth, you know, and people have photoshopped it and they've added shadow and depth and everything else, and it's still not really clear. But if you look at the Cydonia region of Mars, where this face is, you see pyramids. And the pyramids are in the same configuration as the pyramids on the Giza Plateau.
Amazing.
And the same pyramids outside Mexico City. So this is pretty suggestive evidence that they were all made by the same people.
Yeah, and that pattern is so fascinating to decipher.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when we come back, I'm going to ask you about this off-world connection in ancient times. You know, are we seeing indications in the advanced cultures of the past of some high-tech assistance? And is there a spiritual dimension to this phenomena? We're coming back with Jim Marrs. Stay with us.
Go deeper with Dark Journalist. Subscribe now and you'll have access to the complete audio archives to download or stream at your convenience. Receive advanced updates and discounts on Dark Journalist events. Enjoy exclusive subscriber-only content. Go deeper with Dark Journalist. Visit darkjournalist.com and subscribe now for a special winter discount, available for just $39 for 1 full year. Dark Journalist, the truth is never easy.
Sitting there filming, a little saucer came from, I say little saucer, it was a saucer, came flying over their heads, put down 3 little landing gear and landed right out on the dry lake bed. And they picked up their cameras and started over toward it, filming as they went. And when they got in fairly close to it, it lifted up, put the gear back in the wheel wells, tipped up, and took off at a great rate of speed.
Dark Journalist will go there.
What are they so afraid of, and what are they trying to hide?
Hidden technology.
In other words, the possibility exists that you have here a machine that is manipulating magnetic fields on a planetary scale that has nothing to do with particle physics.
The black budget.
But there's no such thing as getting away from the corruption, because it is literally, it is now integrated into every economy in the globe.
Geoengineering.
I'm talking about right down to the DNA level. Imagine that you have now put microprocessors and sensors, along with everything else, into every human body, every animal body.
For more interviews, special reports, and documentaries, visit darkjournalist.com today. Dark Journalist. The truth is never easy.
And we are back. I'm Dark Journalist, and I'm speaking with best-selling author and investigative reporter Jim Marrs. Jim has written really some of the best books on deep politics, and he's pushed the envelope by going into controversial areas like UFOs and hidden technology. His major blockbuster on this is the book Alien Agenda, and his new research on off-world visitors is edgier than ever. Now, Jim, we were talking about ruins on Mars that look very much like archaeological sites in Egypt and Mexico. If they are ruins from that period, then does it suggest a UFO link with our ancient past? What do you think happened back there?
You have to understand that the UFO phenomena did not start in 1945 or 47, okay? You can go all the way back through history. You can go back to Ezekiel, the fiery wheel in the Old Testament. You can go back to the flying boats of the ancient Egyptians. You can go to the Bahamas of the Hindus in India. You can go to the Dogon tribe in Africa and their legends, the Aborigines in Australia. Goes all the way back. People have talked about these things flying through the air. In fact, talked about people coming from the sky and giving them, imparting language and mathematics and architecture and all kind agriculture, all kinds of stuff.
Right. Now, can you think of one of these ancient stories that stands out in your mind?
Okay, one time I tried to figure out where did we get beer? You know?
Right.
I can understand wine. There's some grapes that fell off, laid on the ground under the sun, got pretty fermented, and some very thirsty caveman came along and said, "Oh, I'm going to try these anyway." Got a buzz and said, "Hey, this is great." So I could see where wine came from. But beer, you got to have malts and hops and various chemicals, and you have to mix them just right. And you have to ferment them. You have to add sugar. It's a complicated formula.
It's pretty advanced, yeah.
Yeah, how did man come up with that? And as best I could find, it tracks back all the way back to the earliest civilization that we know about, and that is the civilization of Sumer and the Sumerians, who lived between the Tigris-Euphrates River over there in what is now Iraq, and which, by the way, has been noted by a lot of Christian researchers as being the site of the Garden of Eden.
Right.
So, I mean, it goes back as far as we can. What did they say? They in their writings, which were on clay tablets, which thousands of them still exist, and they have been translated. They said they had 4 kinds of beer. Okay, and I'm sure none of it was light.
Yeah.
But they had 4 kinds of beer, and when they told how they got to beer, they said they were told how to make beer by the Anunnaki, which translates those who came from the heavens, landed on the earth. And the Anunnakis evolved into their gods. And of course, today you can read all about them in the Encyclopedia Britannica, but you have to look under Sumerian mythology.
Mythology, right.
Okay? So what's happening today, though, starting with Zachariah Sitchin and others, that they say, well, maybe it's not mythology. Maybe they were actually telling us what they knew to be true and what they had experienced, and that these people came down from the stars and told them how to do things.
Well, what do you think of the influence of the Anunnaki at that time? Do you think they were benevolent, or would you suggest they were more of a negative presence?
I think it evolved. I think early on they may have been benevolent, and then, but then, number one, obviously at some point they dropped out of sight. They either all left or they quit dealing openly with humankind. And in fact, as Zachariah Sitchin details, how that they had created kingship. So in other words, they were making hybrids, okay, and these hybrids, which were part human and part Anunnaki, they would set them up as their representatives, so they didn't have to dirty their hands on the nasty old humans.
I see.
And so this started the whole idea of kingship, and it also at the same time set up almost a religious order, the priesthood. Okay, and the priesthood were the only ones who could talk to the gods, and the king was their representative. Okay. And then I think what happened was at some point these ancient aliens, these Anunnaki, that they either all left or a few of them may have stayed behind, but they dropped out of sight and they weren't in direct contact with the humans. And I think that this created a problem for both the kings and the priests, because now they had to the manifest gods that were very real and that people had direct contact with are now just concepts, the spiritual type gods.
Right.
They're still there, but we can't see them, we can't hear them, but I'm the priest and I can intercede for you and I can tell you all about it, okay? And I think that's where it might have gotten a little bit skewed, because these priesthoods and these kings, they got pretty used to all that power and control, and they didn't want to give it up. So they began to institute more and more regulations and more laws and more ways of controlling the people, and until it got to like the Middle Ages, where the Roman Church was in charge of everything.
Yes.
They loaned money to the kings and queens, had them under their control, and they, of course, every town and village had a priest, and the priest would hear confessions. He knew all the dirt on everybody in town. And they had the church had pretty much dominating control over everyone. And it's been a slow evolutionary disconnect from that time on. Today, of course, the organized religions are in kind of decline, and because more and more people are waking up and assuming their self-empowerment, and they don't necessarily feel they have to listen to the priest,
Right. Well, thinking of these older priesthoods, if you're dealing with an off-world culture and you become their representative, after they leave, you're kind of keeping the power structure intact.
Exactly.
Now, when you look at the advanced technology that built the Great Pyramid, for instance, or the Mayan pyramids, which are so advanced astronomically, do you think that's an off-world culture giving us that technology?
Yes, I think so. And it's kind of been lost. I think they were using energy manipulation. Okay. And I'll give you a good example of that. It's right there in the Old Testament of the Bible. And that's the story of King Nebuchadnezzar in Babylon.
Yes.
And, at one point he was the ruling guru, and he had this whole huge empire there. And it was built on the remnants, degraded remnants of the Sumerian empire, And at one point in the Bible, according to the story, he built a structure of gold, out of gold. And that gives all the dimensions. And it was kind of like a big phone booth or something. But he had a problem because when his people would go in there, they would sicken and die. So I think what that tells us is that and gold is a highly conductive metal. And so apparently in some way they had built a energy field within this chamber. And so he wanted to use it, but he was scared of it because everybody he sent in there would sicken and die.
Interesting.
So they went to Palestine, and they got the 3 Hebrew priests, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, brought them to Babylon. He says, okay, you guys are priests, and you probably have the knowledge passed down from the Anunnaki. You know about this thing. I want you to make this thing work. And they said, well, you're not our king. You don't believe in our God. We're not going to work for you. And he said, well, then I'm paraphrasing, but he says, okay, well, then, you better make it work because I'm going to put you in there and you'll die, unless you make it work. And so what's really interesting is right there in the Bible, it doesn't say that they just threw them right in there or that they walked in there. It said first they donned their raiments, their cloaks, their hats, and all this stuff. Well, wait a minute. What's that got to do with anything? Obviously, there's something very special about clothing. Okay, so they put on radiation suits, okay, or whatever. And the 3 of them went in this chamber that has been translated as a fiery furnace, but obviously it wasn't a fiery furnace, so they would have burned up.
Right.
It was some kind of gold structure that created a energy field. And they went in there, and Nebuchadnezzar says, he didn't want to get anywhere near it. So he says to his minions, are they in there? And they said, oh, yes, O king. He said, all 3 of them? He said, well, no, actually there's 4 in there.
Whoa.
4? Where'd this 4th guy come from? He says, who's the 4th one? And he said, a son of God.
That's so wild.
And that's the last we hear of it.
Huh.
We don't know where this son of God came from or who he was or where he went or anything else. But see, to me, that tells me they had advanced technology. They had created a wormhole or a Stargate or some kind of force field that allowed them to go into another dimension or whatever. But we do know that the Bible says that he was so impressed with whatever the 3 priests had done that he put them in charge of Babylon.
Wow.
So I think that's evidence that there was some real exotic technology being used in the far distant past.
Something from before.
I think this energy had been handed down from the same technology that had been used to build the Great Pyramid, where they were able to either through sound or sonic vibration or maybe some kind of magnetism, they were able to lift those huge stones and maneuver them into position. This idea that a bunch of slaves could drag a 6,000 pound rock through the desert for miles and miles on wooden rollers just doesn't hang well with me.
Yes, absolutely. And the stones used to build the pyramids come from a totally different part of Egypt. So
Right.
That explanation is completely false. But it is fascinating to consider. I guess the most obvious reference in the Bible to this ancient advanced technology is the Ark of the Covenant.
Right. And what was in the Ark of the Covenant? White powder.
White powder. Intriguing.
And what was the white powder? That was the monatomic gold.
Okay.
Okay. And it was useful for many things, but what they have found in recent, because it's only been rediscovered in the last few years, and what they find is that when they reduce physical gold through a smelting process, it can be reduced to a white powder. And when they've got this white powder, they found something very extraordinary. When they put it on a scale, in the weighing pan on a scale, the pan weighs 44% less than it did before you put the white powder in.
Wow.
So this white powder has anti-gravity.
Fascinating.
Okay. And also, apparently, it's a great conductor. And so the idea is that this white powder was in the Ark of the Covenant. And number one, that was useful as a communication device, because if you'll think of the biblical stories, they were able to talk to God. And the voice came out of the seat of the mercy seat of the Ark of the Covenant. Now, another thing, you see the engravings and little pictures they've drawn. You've got 4 or 5 guys carrying, the Ark of the Covenant around. And yet, if you read it, that mercy seat, the lid was made of solid gold, and it was so many inches thick, so many inches wide, which would translate into more than 2,000 pounds. Well, 4 or 5 guys are not going to carry a ton around very easily. But if it's filled with the white powder,
it's floating,
and it's got anti-gravity, it's kind of floating, and they're not carrying it, they're just guiding it.
Yeah.
Isn't that fascinating?
Yes, absolutely. And it reminds me of the story of Moses when he leads the Hebrews out of Egypt. There's this funnel cloud that follows them into the desert and feeds them manna, and that's floating like a cloud in the air. It feels like the description of a massive UFO sighting.
And what was manna? White powder.
Right, exactly.
They would wake up in the mornings and they'd find this white powder strewed across the ground, and they thought it came from heaven.
Right,
where'd it come from? It must have fallen out of the sky. And they would take it and they would add a little water and mix it up to make a dough, and then bake it and make bread and pancakes or whatever. And that's what the manna. In ancient Hebrew, manna translates as, what is it? They didn't know what it was, but they knew it was good. They knew they could eat it, and that's what sustained them. Now, where'd they get it? They got it from Moses.
Yes.
And how do I know this? Well, because in about 1914, the British archaeologist Sir William Petrie said he had discovered a ancient Egyptian temple on Mount Horeb in the southern Sinai, which is also known as the Mount of Moses. And it said in there they had a smelting operation. And he said when they pried open the flagstones on the floor of this temple, that there was all this white powder. And they were wondering, what is it?
Yeah.
Same thing. They didn't know what it was. And of course, they left the stones open and the wind blew it all away, so they never really knew what that was. But that was the white powder, and that's where Moses was manufacturing it and then using that to feed the Israelites as they wandered around and conquered city after city in the desert. And that brings us back to the story of Moses. And we all know the biblical story, how that, the Pharaoh of Egypt had ordered all male children killed. That doesn't make any sense to begin with. If these are your slaves, do you kill off all their kids?
Right.
Destroying your own property. And then, of course, we're told he's put in a basket of bulrushes and floated down the Nile to a family that raised him and saved him, What's interesting is the Egyptians have the exact same story. All right.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not Moses. It's Amenhotep III. Amenhotep IV, who then later became Pharaoh and changed his name to Akhenaten.
Yes, the Pharaoh Akhenaten.
The worshiper of the one true God.
Right, and we should say here that his reign as Pharaoh of Egypt is one of the most unusual. Of course, his worship of one god, the Aten, depicted as a sun disk. Pretty interesting imagery, but we can't even imagine how radical it was at that point to put the old Egyptian gods and priesthoods out of commission by proclaiming the Aten as one god.
Yeah, and then in the Bible it says that he was schooled, that Moses was schooled in all of the secrets and all of the protocols of Egyptian royalty. Why would they do this to a slave, So the idea is, what I'm telling you is that Moses, by the way, is not even a name, it's a title. And Moses, back at that time, was translated as the true pretender to the throne.
Uh-huh.
So Moses was actually Akhenaten.
Really? Now that's fascinating.
So, and what happened is that Akhenaten the fourth, his dad, Amenhotep the third, did not want any pretenders to his throne. So what he ordered was any of his mistresses or any of his many wives. If they had a male child, they were to kill it because he didn't want any competition for the throne. So when one of his wives gave birth to Amenhotep IV, obviously that's their child. They don't want to kill him. So they secreted him away. And this is all in the Egyptian records and writings. They put him in bulrushes. They floated him down the river to the home of their servants, which would have been the Israelites, the Hebrews. Okay. So he was raised by a family of Hebrews. That's where he was indoctrinated with the concept of the one true God.
I see.
And then after he got old enough, and when Amenhotep III finally died, well, then he probably came forward and said, okay, I'm now the Pharaoh. And they accepted him because they knew it was true. And he became Amenhotep IV, but he changed his name to Akhenaten. Okay, the believer, the one true God. Now that put him at loggerheads with the priesthood and with all the various gods that they represented there in Egypt. So they had a real problem because he's causing them a problem. But he's the Pharaoh. He's a god. They can't just kill him or whatever, So they decide, though, that they're going to exile him, and they forced him to leave, and they told him, okay, we're sending you off, but you can take whoever you want to. Well, he took not his birth family, but the family that raised him, these Hebrew slaves. And he's told them, take what you need, and we're all leaving, and that's when he let them out. And that's where we get the story of the Exodus.
It really is an amazing story. And again, Akhenaten is etched there in our consciousness, even though when they removed him from power, essentially in a coup,
right,
these priests try to eradicate his memory from their history. They smashed the temple of Aten to rubble. But strangely, his wife Nefertiti, and his son Tutankhamun, or King Tut, are probably the most well-known and popular ancient Egyptians. Now, why is that? It's quite an enigma.
Right. He was going against the grain.
We also have the 20th century American psychic Jean Dixon, who made some major predictions about Akhenaten and Nefertiti having this major impact upon the 21st century. So if Moses was Akhenaten, and there is an off-world connection there, as we discussed, it could explain his bizarre physiology.
Right.
I guess one other detail I should mention here is that they believe now in Egypt that they've found Nefertiti's tomb, and it's adjacent to King Tut's tomb.
I've seen that. I don't think they've actually done it yet, but they think they're on the trail, right?
Right, exactly. Now, when you look back on that Egyptian history, and we know the earliest version of the Bible actually has its roots and comes out of that ancient Sumerian text.
Right.
As time goes by, it appears that it becomes more and more fragmented, so that by the time we get down to the modern era, some crucial information seems to have been lost.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Let me draw the parallels between the story of Noah and the Great Flood, and then the account of Utnapishtim, who was a Sumerian, who was told by his guy, and this is all in the Sumerian tablets, which still exist. It's the same story. His God comes to him and says, there's going to be a big flood. You need to build a boat. You need to build it with pitch and bitumen and blah, blah, blah. In fact, the stories from the ancient Sumerian to the story in Genesis are virtually identical, which tells me that the Bible story narrative was simply carried on from even earlier, probably verbal, stories, with two significant differences. One was simply the name. In the Old Testament, we get the name is Noah. In the ancient Sumerians, there's actually, I think, two names. The one I can still recall is Utnapishtim, and I can see why they changed it to Noah. He was to go around talking about Utnapishtim. But the second change, to me, is very, very significant. In the Old Testament Bible, of course, we're told that Noah took two of every animal and all the plants and everything on the earth and put them on the ark, right?
Yes.
Well, even as a kid in Sunday school, I'm going, wait a minute. You're telling me the lions and the tigers and the gazelles and the zebras all on the same boat together and they're all eating together? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
One to eat the other. Come on. And, besides that boatload of animals, where do they go to the bathroom? It's had to be a mess.
Right.
And so the answer is in the original, the ancient Sumerian tablets that tell the same story. They don't say that he took two of every living thing. They say he took the seed of every living thing. And once you understand that they also write about in vitro fertilization, and the fact that they were able to make a hybrid by taking the ovum of a earth primitive and fertilizing it with the sperm of an Anunnaki male and then implanting it in the uterus of a Anunnaki female who carried the term and produced what was a hybrid between the two races, which they call the Adama, Adam, if you will, the earth.
Sounds familiar.
Okay. Yeah. And once you understand that they had a working knowledge of DNA, then what we have here is instead of a boatload of animals, you had a closet with DNA samples so that after the flood went down, they were able to come out and then repopulate the world with the animals and plants and everything else that they had the DNA for. Isn't that interesting?
Yes, and that description does sound very high tech. I mean, because basically it's a DNA lab.
Right, exactly. Well, and that would have been Enki because you find he had a laboratory in South Africa. They call it the Obzub. And, then you have the story of the Anunnaki who came here and they were trying to mine for gold. And they originally tried to get gold out of the Persian Gulf, by panning for it. But that's a slow, laborious, inefficient process. And they weren't getting the amounts of gold that they wanted. So they started excavating and mining. Okay. But now you're down underground, you're working, it's hot, it's dirty, and that's tough work. And they had some problems with labor because these guys were saying, hey, we signed up to be astronauts, go to a different world. We didn't sign up to be miners,
right.
And so there was some work stoppages. And what I'm telling you is all recorded in these ancient tablets, which still exist and which nobody really denies that it doesn't say all this. The only difference is that, like I said, you find a lot of this account under Sumerian mythology, and there's more and more scholars who are now coming to the understanding that this is not mythology. This is what actually happened, and they were recording it. Okay, so they had a big meeting of the leaders of the Anunnaki, and they said, "What are we going to do about this labor problem?" And of course, needless to say, the Hawks were there saying, "Well, let's just kill them, execute them if they don't work." And Enki, who I tag as their science officer, said, well, now, wait a minute. I've got this lab down in South Africa, and I've been working with these Earth primitives, and I think that I can maybe tweak their DNA, and I can produce for you a worker race who will do all this grunt work and relieve the situation, and we don't have to do that anymore, or our people, And what's interesting is they had the same ethical arguments we're having today over cloning and things like that. And they're going, well, wait a minute, it's not our place to play God. Only God can create people, and species. And that's interesting too, to show that these apparent aliens also have the concept of a universal creator or God.
Right.
And Enki finally convinced them. And, they said, we can't do this. We can't play God. And he said, we're not creating anything. We're just improving the breed. Okay. Same thing we do today with cats and dogs and horses. We're just improving the breed. So don't get the idea that we are the creations of aliens. No, but they tweaked the DNA of Earth primitives and they came up with this hybrid race, which is us.
That is fascinating.
And in fact, science now tells, as you well know, the story of Lucy, that they have found the earliest human female in South Africa, and that everyone stemmed from her, right?
Yeah.
Maybe she's the one that Enki worked on.
It could be the prototype.
It all fits once you really study this. But see, as you can see, you have to have a broad view. You have to look at all of this stuff and throw it all together. If you concentrate on one little area or one thing, if you concentrate on theology, concentrate on biblical study, concentrate on ancient astronauts, you don't get the whole picture.
And you can't be afraid to go there because it will be challenging.
You got to keep an open mind, and you got to think about what makes sense and what doesn't,
That's definitely true. And just to tie up that Enki part, his counterpart was Enlil. And there's some suggestion that what we have here is a kind of good versus evil scenario playing out.
Well, I'm not sure it's good evil, but what you had was Enki, who, if the stories are correct, he tweaked the DNA and he kind of developed improved the breed with this hybrid. And that was his little laboratory experiment. And he liked them. Okay. And he thought they were kind of cool, and wanted to take care of them and wanted to help educate them and stuff. Enlil was the mission commander, and he didn't want to be distracted with these stupid humans. And besides that, they started procreating.
Right.
And so he wanted to get rid of them, and Enki was a little more benevolent towards humans. And so, yeah, that's where you kind of have a dichotomy and a difference of approach there. But I don't know. It depends on how you want to view it. It could be, you could see that's good. You could see that's evil. You could say whatever you want to.
Well, we can see this early influence from these advanced beings on our culture in that story. Of course, even in our own Bible, there are unusual characters that strongly suggest otherworld connections. Now, Enoch is certainly someone who would fit that mold. We know that his books were actually banned from the Bible because they were too controversial.
Yeah.
There's too much information, apparently. What do you think of Enoch?
Well, there's another one, Melchizedek.
Yes.
And about all we get is that Jesus was a disciple of Melchizedek. Well, wait a minute. If Jesus was the Son of God and he was a disciple of Melchizedek, this guy, what does that make him? There's a lot of mysteries there. And I think the problem is not with the Bible, that, a lot of people believe that it was inspired by God, and I'm not going to argue that, but it's also been edited, re-edited, and condensed and changed around by men. Okay. In fact, most of the Bibles that we're reading today stem back from the original Bible that we've had since the time of Shakespeare, which is the King James Version. And in fact, it says that right there on the title page, the Bible according to King James. Well, wait a minute. Nobody ever said King James was the Son of God.
Yeah.
And if you'll go and study that, you're going to find something really fascinating too. A whole different view of things there, because King James, he was not a scholar, okay, but he decided that he wanted to put the Bible in some sort of readable order and some kind of established orthodox narrative that everybody could work with. So he got these 45 scholars to translate, correlate, and as you say, like the Book of Enoch, they didn't know what to do with that, so they tossed it out, and several others it went. And of course, that had been going on ever since the Council of Nicaea and other gatherings since the Bible came into existence. But these 45 academics, they're the ones who prepared the King James Bible. And I think you probably could get the idea that if they came to a passage that said, throw off the kings, they're working for King James and they like their heads. So, chances are they might change that a little bit to, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
Right.
Okay.
Well, that's an excellent point. Of course, over time, we've had secret societies and ancient brotherhoods preserve traditions and methods of attunement from a real antediluvian period. So there have been groups like the Rosicrucians and later even the Theosophical and Anthroposophical societies where, they really had this sense of the old mysteries. Now, where do you think this stream of Western esoteric influence is coming from? Do you think that these underground communities were descended from these ancient mystery schools from Egypt, where they knew so much about magic and physics and the old advanced technology?
Yes, absolutely. And the thing is, though, see, they you go all the way back. This is why, for example, in the Old Testament, you've got people who are actually Abraham and others who were having direct contact with God, supposedly. Moses goes up on a mountain, talked to God, got the 10 Commandments, which, by the way, he broke.
That's right, yeah.
Right? He came down, they were worshiping a calf. He got mad, he broke them, and he had to go back to the mountain and say, gee, Lord, I'm sorry, but I broke your 10 Commandments. Could you give me another set? And God says, no. He says, you're just going to have to, reconstruct it. So That's interesting too.
Oh,
So
yeah.
these 10 commandments that we have, this is from somebody's memory. I think this is what it said.
Yeah, good luck.
But they had this direct knowledge, so they knew they were real. That's why some of these religions, some of the Hindus, maybe even the Jewish religion, they are adamant in their religion because it's been handed down through the generations that they had direct knowledge of a physical God. And they knew it was real. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All of us, we've been brought up just with this, nebulous, spiritual type God. We know he's there, but we can't see him. We can't talk to him. We don't know exactly what's going on there, but they actually did. They had direct contact. And I think that the ancient civilizations, starting with Sumer through ancient Egypt and Greece and Rome, that these secret societies were trying to hold together the knowledge that had been passed along from these Anunnaki all the way down. But of course, through the wars and revolutions and mass migrations and everything else, a lot of that got lost
and fragmented. Yeah.
Yeah. For example, the alchemists. We all know the alchemists were looking for the philosopher's stone, which has been badly translated as the cup, the chalice that held the blood of Christ. Oh, I think that's something somebody made up. Okay. If you go back and actually read some of the material from these middle-aged, well, they were in the Middle Age, but they were alchemists. One of them, for instance, says that the philosopher's stone is actually gold reduced to a fine powder. So they were after the monatomic gold is what they were. And they knew from that knowledge handed down from the past that it was possible to take gold and transmute it into this powder, but they had lost the formula. They didn't know how to do it. And then that got twisted around to where today what we hear is that they were trying to take base metals like lead and change it into gold. And maybe they were, okay, but I think that it started off with their effort to try to reconstruct the formula for reducing gold to the white powder, to the monatomic gold.
Now, what is it about gold? What is this mystical property in gold that seems to supersede everything? We have it in the Anunnaki story, in the Bible, of course, it's everywhere. Certainly in the Middle Ages, right up to today, there's this gold obsession. What is the reason for this fascination?
It goes far beyond just the fact that it's a precious metal, right? I mean, there's other precious metals, diamonds and rubies and silver, they're all precious, but they don't come close to gold. There's something about gold. And the only thing I can tell you is that the Anunnaki, from the very beginning, they were after gold.
Yes.
So from the very beginning, there was an understanding that gold is somehow precious, desirable, perhaps even holy. Okay. And according to the Sumerian tablets, the reason for this was, and this is really interesting, is that they were needing gold to repair the atmosphere of their home planet, Nibiru. And the reason that's interesting is because early on, when we began to have problems with ozone holes in our own atmosphere, none other than Dr. Edward Teller, the father of the H-bomb, he said, well, perhaps we need to put pulverized gold in the upper atmosphere, which will reflect UV rays and hold down global warming and help repair these ozone holes. So maybe that's exactly what they were trying to do. And that's why that the gold had a much more powerful usage for them than just trinkets. And that's why that all the way down through all the civilizations, all of whom, I found this amazing. I'd been taught in school. I knew about the Babylonians and the Assyrians and the Phoenicians. And, I always thought these were separate empires and separate civilizations. It starts with the Sumerians, and then it degrades into the Babylonians and then into the Assyrians, and you can track them all the way down, and then to the Egyptians, and then to the Greeks, and then to the Romans, and finally down to us. And it's been a devolution rather than an evolution. Okay.
That's true.
And that's why it's kind of funny because, here today we think with our computers and lasers and stuff that we are the apex of technology in this world. And so, but I think actually we're only now getting back to the level of some civilization that existed long before our recorded history. And the remnants of that are found all over the world. The pyramids, for example, and the Sphinx. I had heard this argument, and then when I went to Egypt, I saw it for myself, and it's very real. On the Sphinx particularly, and on the Great Pyramid, there are very obvious evidence of vertical erosion, which can only occur through rainfall. If it was windstorms, it would be horizontal.
Right, right.
This is a very vertical road, and the only way that can happen is through having the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx sitting out under very heavy rains for many, many years, okay? Well, the geologists will tell you that there has not been any significant rainfall on the Giza Plateau for more than 10,500 years. So that tells us that the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx were existing 10,500 years ago or more.
So they're the creation of a much older culture.
That leaves out the Egyptians, because the Egyptians were only here 5,000 years ago.
Definitely.
But see, that shows, though, the breakdown of our so-called science. Nobody wants to really investigate something from an objective standpoint, because they all have their viewpoints and their scientific positions to hold on to. That's why the geologists will acknowledge this, that they probably were built more than 10,500 years ago, but the Egyptologists deny that, because there goes all of their theories and stories about Akhenaten and the Pharaoh and Nefertiti and Queen, Cleopatra.
They have to rewrite the whole thing.
They have to go back and rewrite their book, so they're not about to do that.
Oh, that's an excellent point, actually. Well, how old do you think the Sphinx really is?
More than 10,500 years, and apparently, by the best estimates, the Great Flood occurred about 12,000 years ago. So sometime between 12,000 and 10,500 is when they constructed the Great Pyramid.
That is so interesting. I think based on the research of Graham Hancock and others, we do get a picture of this advanced civilization that existed back there in that time frame, in antiquity. And they were apparently very spiritually adept. Mm-hmm. They also possessed incredible psychic ability, as well as technological genius. So, of course, I think of the psychic Edgar Cayce and how he said they'd used a kind of combination of sound and mental power to build the Great Pyramid. If that's an alien monument, we'd have to wonder what it represents in our time and how it was even constructed.
If you go to the Farsight Institute website, I noticed they have a remote viewing of the Great Pyramid.
Yeah, that's Courtney Brown's project.
And they have stated that yes, it was built many, many years before we think it was, and that aliens were involved, and that they had a technology that levitated these stones to some degree, and that they didn't have to carry them; they just maneuvered them into position.
Interesting. I'll post that link to the Dark Journalist Facebook page. Now, Jim, my last question for you, and it's been really great having you here to go deep on these important subjects. I wanted to ask you about Richard Thielman.
Yes.
And now he's made some extraordinary claims to you, and
right.
He's really shared some powerful supporting information. Can you just give us a brief outline here of his story?
Because his is a fascinating story. He entered the Navy in the 70s, back before digital technology. And so, but he says all his paperwork and the hard copies of his military experience were all scrubbed. And then that, of course, has allowed them now to say that, well, he was never in the military. In fact, one of the big things that the debunkers latch onto is that he has an ex-wife who's told somebody, no, he was never in the military. But what Richard explains is that he was operating sheep dipped, if you know what that is, which is they're out of the military, but they're still secretly working for the military. Mm-hmm. And so the military disavows them. And so he carefully instructed his wife to tell everybody that he was never in the military. Ah. But there's other things that tend to show he was. There are pictures of him in his uniform. There are pictures of him with medals. He even got accused of stolen honor, stolen valor, I think was what they call it, when you claim that you have some medal, some honor, and that you don't really deserve it, right? And so, in fact, somebody even notified the FBI. And okay, so they went and talked to Richard, and then they went away and left him alone.
So they were satisfied.
They were satisfied that there's something there. And there's so many other things. The fact that he has been in highly classified military installations. He has been in contact with very high-ranking military leaders. And so what's the hot deal about Teitelman? Well, back in 2008, he said, and this has been reported, that there was a briefing for the United Nations with representatives from France and Russia and the UK. And basically the briefing was, hey, UFOs are real. There are aliens. They are visiting the Earth. And this is going to become public before too long. I think one of the dates given was 2017, which is, hey, we're getting close, right?
Definitely.
And so they said it's time that we brief you on this so that you can go back and start telling your leadership so they can start conditioning your people for the idea of this knowledge of that we're not alone. Okay. And of course, when he publicly stated that, or when he was quoted saying all that, that immediately brought the trolls and the deniers and the debunkers out.
Big time.
And they're doing everything they can to disparage him. But I think the fact that he was investigated and nothing ever happened shows you that he really is the real article. And of course, he said that he's actually been to space.
Huh.
And that he went on an alien spaceship.
Really amazing.
And went to the planet Venus, as a matter of fact. And just told all of this interesting stuff about space. And even was giving a little look into the future of the Earth.
Okay. And how's that looking?
Which seems in doubt.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think he and some of the people he's talked with have said that we're kind of on borrowed time here, that these aliens are studying us very closely and trying to decide if we're worth saving. You know, do they really want to give us technology and help us have a big leap forward, you know, so at the risk of ourselves using them for weapons and blowing ourselves up? Do they really want to waste their time doing that? Or can we grow and mature and maybe get advanced technology and not use it to either blow ourselves up or to control and subjugate other people? You know,
it makes sense.
And it's a good question, and I'm not sure they've reached a conclusion on that. Although, as I understand it, I think the final disposition is today is that they're just kind of hands off. And they're going to let us do whatever we're going to do, and they're going to see if we're going to be able to get our act together, or we're going to just have a big war and blow everybody up. You know?
Non-interference.
So it's up to us.
Yeah.
We can't look for our space brothers to come and save us.
One last thing on Teitelman. There's something interesting and unusual about his anatomy.
Right. Well, they said that because he was going in this alien ship and was going to be at this base on Venus, that they had to operate on him and so that he could withstand the rigors and changes of both the trip through space and the base there. And he showed me a scar that went from the bottom of his neck all the way below his navel. And it was really incredible because as an old police reporter, I have sat in on autopsies, and I've seen plenty of people's scars, and I've seen open heart surgery scars, which are usually, you know what, only about that long.
Yes.
The only scars I've seen that are as long as the one I saw on Richard Teitelman are autopsies.
Wow.
But it couldn't have been an autopsy because he was still walking around.
Right. So they definitely altered him, and the point is that they altered his organs so he could survive these long space journeys.
Well, I think they implanted something. I think they put something in him that allowed him to cope with it. That's been several years ago that happened, and the older I get, the more I forget.
I don't know about that. I mean, you seem sharper than ever to me. Well, that is an intriguing story about
contacting, but I may have a way of contacting people who are in contact, and I'll put the word in, see if he might not be willing to come out. All kinds of problems. And but I'm thinking today, with all the stuff that's come out, what we know about today, Kennedy assassination, 9/11, all these false flags and all this lying and propaganda that's going on. And there are more and more people waking up. I think there's a general consciousness raising going on in the American public for sure. Don't you agree?
Absolutely. There's no question.
Yeah. And so I'm thinking today maybe, maybe he would be more agreeable to coming out and telling his story.
That would be fantastic. Jim, excellent having you on the show today. Just incredible new research and, of course, Alien Agenda, just a classic book that really set the tone for a deeper understanding of UFOs and advanced technology and the big picture.
Alien Agenda.
Well, I have my copy right here. Just a great book. Of course, anyone can find your books at jimmars.com.
Right. Amazon. Any bookstore.
Amazon, right. And of course, you have some major conferences coming up here in 2016. We're going to do some together, actually.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for being here today. And it's always very enlightening.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Terrific. Have a great afternoon over there.
All right. You too.
We'll definitely talk soon.
But hey, this was really fun. Anytime you want to have a talk, let's holler. We'll do it again.
Will do. Thanks, Jim.
Okay. Adios.
Thank you for joining me for this fascinating episode on Akhenaten, alien DNA, and remote viewing UFOs with best-selling author Jim Marrs. You can find more special reports, interviews, and documentaries at www.darkjournalist.com. You can also subscribe here to our YouTube channel for the latest videos. See you soon.
Dark Journalist will go there. The deepest issues, the hardest stories, the biggest secrets. The truth is never easy. With top guests, like former Assistant Housing Secretary Catherine Austin Fitts.
Catherine, who is really behind this media censorship?
Internet feeds go through satellites. Who controls the satellites? It's the Pentagon.
Legendary investigator Graham Hancock.
Graham, this cataclysm must have destroyed an advanced culture in our ancient past.
It truly was an extinction-level event. It was accompanied by massive animal extinctions. It was accompanied by huge and unexplained sea level rises, and then a sudden plunge of global temperatures.
Best-selling author Jim Marrs.
Jim, don't these elite corporate owners need us around to buy their GMO food? Why would they want to depopulate?
Because they are eugenicists and they believe that they need to purify the human race. And if that sounds like the Nazis, that's exactly what it is.
Coast to Coast AM investigative reporter Linda Moulton Howe.
Linda, how are we going to scale that wall of UFO secrecy?
Humans themselves are bypassing, are beginning to dismiss all of the policies of denial and lies.
Dark Journalist will go there. Visit darkjournalist.com and subscribe now for a special winter discount available for just $39 for 1 full year. You'll not only receive access to the complete audio archives to stream or download at your convenience, you'll also get exclusive subscriber-only content and Dark Journalist event discounts. Sign up for our free newsletter to stay updated on the latest shows. Dark Journalist. Let's get the real story in 2016.
You know, we need dark journalists, so just keep doing what you're doing.
Welcome everyone, I'm Spiro with ActivistPost.com. Thanks for tuning in. Today we're going to be talking about the coronavirus and the COVID-19 vaccine in a very interesting study comparing vaccinated children and unvaccinated children. And joining me today to discuss this is a co-author of the study, Dr. James Lyons Weiler, who is a research scientist, an author, and a public speaker. He also serves as a reviewer of peer-reviewed journals. Now, Dr. Weiler is the president and CEO of the Institute for Pure and Applied Knowledge, ipackknowledge.org. Welcome, Doctor. Thank you for being my guest today.
Well, thank you, Spiro. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
The pleasure is all mine. I've been following you and your work for some time, and first saw you speak at an event for the Ohio Advocates for Medical Freedom some years ago. So I'm definitely glad you could take the time to be here today. Now, you're an expert in biomedicines and biology, among several other areas. You've done work on cancer research. You have even discovered numerous fundamental flaws in methods for analyzing data, and have even devised multiple methods yourself throughout your career. So I think my immune system is working just fine. So thanks again so much for your time, Dr. James Lyons Weiler. Look forward to having you back on. All of the links will be in the show notes below. And for activistpost.com, I'm Spiro. Be sure to share this, and remember, it's only a matter of time before YouTube terminates this channel. So be sure to make your way over to my Bitchute channel and subscribe there, because they do not censor. And that's it for today. I'm Spiro. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, this is Dark Journalist. Today I have a very special Part 2 episode interview for you with the founder of the remote viewing program at Stanford Research Institute, physicist Russell Targ. In this episode, Targ goes deep into how the program got its start, including former Nazi rocket scientist Werner von Braun's deep interest in NASA astronauts learning ESP, and the mysterious death of Pat Price, one of the world's greatest psychics, whose amazing abilities were used to track down criminals and find secret installations. Targ tells us that we have a limitless mind and infinite consciousness, and reveals his remote viewing experiences of seeing the future and the past. Here we go, physicist Russell Targ, remote viewing and psychic revelations. I want to actually talk to you about the process a little bit, but before we do that, can we jump into that time when you were called upon? Because Pat didn't show up, you were called upon to remote view actually and do the experiment yourself.
Yes, that was really the last series that Price did with us. Hal Puthoff was invited to go to South America. He was in Colombia, and the experiment was that each day for a week, Price and I would sit in our shielded room and describe where Hal was at noon, and we were not getting any feedback. So Price would describe things like, I see a harbor, or I see a market, or a church, or I see a volcano, and then on day 5, Price didn't show up. So I'd already said this is a remote viewing with Russ Targ and Pat Price. It's 12 o'clock. We're looking for Hal Puthoff in South America. Price isn't here. I'll describe him as best I can. So I closed my eyes and said, it looks like an airport on an island. I see a airport building on the left, and on the right there's sand and gravel, airport going between them, and there's ocean at the end of the runway. And I drew that. And Hal came back, and that was almost a photographic drawing that I made of what the place looks like. So in my book, in The Reality of ESP, I show a picture of what I drew and a picture of what the site looks like, and it looks like it's a trick. That is, how could you, my perspective, my perspective for the drawing of the airport and the airport building and ocean at the end of the runway is all there exactly as I drew it, almost as though I was sitting in front of the photograph, but the photograph it was in Hal's luggage before I made my drawing.
Incredible. It's so descriptive as well.
Reason it's worth. I'm not putting myself forward as a great psychic or any psychic prowess. It's just the point of the remote viewing is so easy that even
bring someone into this state and direct their consciousness to a place. Now, I understand the part about directing someone's consciousness to a place. How do you direct them to a particular time?
The most serious one I did like that, where I wanted to know the time, it was 2 years after I'd left the program, 1983. I wanted to do something significant. We had a lot of, ESP was real in the 1980s because we had a lot of money. There were a number of programs in America, and it was obvious that a lot of people were involved, even though our program was classified. By the middle 80s, it had been completely classified, and people were losing track of the significance of ESP because it wasn't written about anymore. So I had the idea, why don't we forecast the stock market? And our broker said the thing to do is look at silver futures because they're nice and volatile. So every day on Monday, I would sit with an experienced psychic, and thing I cannot do is say, take a look at the big board in New York on Friday and tell me what the price of silver is. That's basically an impossible task. That involves reading and analysis, and we know that the Hunt brothers are buying silver, so we don't want the psychic to try and compete with the Hunt brothers. So we did something called associative remote viewing. We would decide whether silver was going up a little, up a lot, down a little, or down a lot, and the broker would choose four interesting objects, and I would then, depending on what silver did, let's say one of the objects was a perfume vial, a cylindrical perfume vial, as you'd used to get on the airplane. And I'm sitting with my psychic, and he said, well, I feel a glass cylinder, it had a funny smell, the cylinder is sealed at both ends, and it looked like there's liquid inside. And I said, well, that's terrific. And of course, I don't know anything about any of the targets. I'm ignorant. There's a double-blind experiment. So I then call the broker and say, hi, John, what are your four objects for today? He said, well, I've got a book, and I got some flowers here, and I've got a leftover pancake from breakfast, and I've got a little perfume vial from my last first-class trip on an airplane. And I say, well, my psychic here seems to have described your perfume vial very well. What does that mean? And he said, well, let me look. Oh, see, that's a down a lot symbol. You get to see that one if the market goes down a lot. So based on the fact that our psychic saw a perfume vial, we would sell silver into a rising market. So we went against the market, selling silver, selling $50,000 worth of silver because the guy described a perfume vial instead of a coffee cup. And that was correct. And in fact, we did that 9 times in a row, and all 9 of them were correct. So our result for applied remote viewing is that we did 9 forecasts of what silver was going to do, 1 forecast a week. All 9 of those were correct, and we made $120,000.
That's incredible.
So this can be done.
Yeah.
And if you do it very carefully, I mean, there are important things to do. For example, I have to be ignorant of all the targets as an interviewer. The viewer has to be ignorant of all the targets. You need fresh targets every week because you don't want the viewer to be sensitive to hot targets which aren't chosen.
Oh, that's interesting. So, for example, each symbol then every week you have to choose a different one. You can't have that perfume bottle the next time around.
You can't have any of them the next time around.
Uh-huh.
You have to get rid of everything, wipe the slate clean. Because you see, this is a tough experiment, because if you have uniquely interesting objects, for example, I have a hot object that people love to describe. I'm not going to tell you what it is. It's just that it's like a magic trick. It's a sort of a Stephen Schwartz, who invented this associated remote viewing, called them numinous objects. They shine in psychic space. So if that was one of your objects, you don't want it to hang around. You don't even want its energy to hang around. You got to sweep the deck clean and start over. And I know that sounds a lot like superstitious behavior, but the nemesis of this kind of associative remote viewing is people giving very good descriptions of a wrong target.
All right. That's
so
interesting.
We tried to do this in a very sanitary way, and in fact, did them all correctly.
So the way that you were able to separate out what you call the noise versus the psychic signal is to recognize there's one part of the mind that is into the psychic flow, it's into the psychic space, and the other half of the mind is sort of the analytical side, and that's what causes distractions.
That's right. If I just sat down with a ordinary person who follows the market casually and said, we're thinking about buying silver, what do you think? Well, Hunt Brothers are buying it. I think it's probably a good time to buy it because they're driving up the market. That's not ESP.
Right.
And in fact, we made most of our biggest hit was the day that we chose to sell silver into the Hunt Brothers.
Fascinating.
I wasn't following the market, and the psychic was not following the market. We wanted to have nothing to do with what silver was doing. We just wanted to focus on our little objects.
So would you ideally say that psychic activity works best with two people, the psychic and the operator?
Psychic and an interviewer. The interviewer is very, very helpful in if the interviewer knows what psychic functioning sounds like, he can be very helpful. I was once working with a researcher in the field, and he said, well, I would like to do it. I'd like to see how you guys at SRI do it. And I said, all right, I'll send Hal to go hide somewhere. And of course, I don't know where he's going. And I said, okay, Hal's probably at his place now. You tell me what you see. He said, well, it looks like he's at Macy's. And I didn't know whether Hal was at Macy's, but I know that does not sound like remote viewing. That sounds like a guess.
Mm-hmm.
I said to him, that sounds like a guess. Let's start over. What are you experiencing that makes you say Macy's? He said, well, I see like a rack of coat hangers all in a row. And I said, well, that's interesting. Can you draw that? And what he drew greatly resembled a steel pedestrian overpass crossing the freeway. And that's where Hal was. Hal was not at Macy's, but he was at the pedestrian overpass, which is made of steel wires crossing the freeway.
So his associative mind was looking at this and thinking, it's wires, I'm going to put a hanger symbol around it.
The wrong question is, where do you think Hal is? That's a question that a psychic cannot answer, because that's a pure analytical question, and the psychic mind can't do analysis in general.
Right.
Psychic mind can tell you, see, there's no limit to what the psychic mind can do. There's a limit to what the psychic mind is able to get out to actually tell another person.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I want to go back to the time travel part of this again, because it seems like in consciousness, when they're in these sessions, if they can go forward, even in the symbols experiment, they're going forward in time and looking at the symbol that they're going to be shown a week from now or down the road. How is it consciousness, which in these experiments have proven that you can go to a particular place and view things that are happening, but it can actually go across time. How do you explain the time part?
Well, it's as though we live in a multidimensional universe, which is what Minkowski thought. Minkowski helped Einstein work out relativity, telling him that in order to be able to do that correctly, you have to realize that the time coordinate is imaginary. So he's not making up new coordinates. He just points out that one of these is an imaginary, mathematically imaginary coordinate. Well, if you have an imaginary space-time where you have the four familiar constituents, four familiar dimensions, and you notice that each of those dimensions has an imaginary part, then you can travel through that space-time, and there will always be a path from your coordinates in space-time to some distant coordinates in space-time. So that distant place may be at a distant time and a distant space, but that doesn't matter. You're just going from your four-dimensional space-time to that distant four-dimensional space-time, and the fact that it's a different time is no more difficult than it's a different space. So in the complex space-time, you can instantaneously bring your consciousness to any point in that space-time. So the fact that it's in the future or in Soviet Siberia or in Jupiter doesn't make any difference.
Fascinating.
You're crossing space-time, and if I ask you to describe where will my cat be at noon today, you just have to quiet your mind and say, well, how will I know noon? Well, noon is going to be 3 o'clock for me. Where's Russell's cat going to be at the end of this experiment? And you describe the surprising, and I'd ask you to describe the surprising answer to that question. And you'd have no problem doing that.
Fascinating. Am I looking then at probabilities, or am I traveling?
No, you're not looking at probabilities. You're looking at what is. This is not a guessing game. For example, if you wanted to see something psychic, I could say, I'm thinking of a number from 1 to 10. Tell me what number I'm thinking of. I've written it down. That's almost impossible because you have a perfect remembrance, perfect memory from the numbers from 1 to 10. Instead, I could say, I'm thinking of some place on Earth that I know pretty well that you've probably never seen. I can visualize this odd place that I know about. Tell me about the images that come to you. And that would be easy to do. So it's easier for you to choose one place out of an infinitude of possible locations that exist than it is to describe a number from 1 to 10. 1 to 10 is the probability game, as you were describing. Remote viewing, you're simply going to the distant point in space-time and describing what's there, and that's an ability that you actually have.
Fascinating. So you'd say that the future already exists?
There will be a future for you to describe.
Right.
I think probably what you're describing is the probable future rather than the future that already exists.
Yeah.
There's a paradox, as you're aware.
Yeah.
If you have a dream about a car accident where the wheel falls off of your car and say, oh dear, I don't want to have that experience. I better take my car into the garage. You take your car into the garage and he says, boy, it's lucky you brought it in. All 4 of the nuts holding your wheel on have fallen off. One more turn around the block and the wheel will fall off. But luckily you're here and you don't have to have that experience.
Right. That's the psychic mind informing you of potentialities.
So it seems.
You mentioned dreams there, and this is interesting because, of course, there's always been this overlap in subconscious information in the dream state. Like you said, so many people have got premonitions. I think pretty much everyone at some point or another has in their dreams.
Most people's first contact with psychic abilities is a precognitive dream.
I see.
Where they have a dream tonight of the odd thing that's going to happen the next day.
Right.
And you can get good at that by learning to separate ordinary dreams, which are made of wish fulfillment and previous day's residue and sources of anxiety. And you want to separate those ordinary dreams from precognitive dreams, which have unusual clarity together with bizarre elements.
Uh-huh.
And in my theory, is you don't get credit for a precognitive dream unless you tell somebody about it before it occurs.
Right.
Because you may have a weird dream every night, some come true and some don't. In order for a precognitive dream to be useful, you have to learn to make that discrimination.
So how would you say a person is getting psychic information in a dream? What's the process that's taking place? Because it's not like remote viewing where somebody's being directed into a psychic state. They just are having it spontaneously.
Well, of course, I don't know the actual answer to your question. What it appears is that you're doing remote viewing it's as though the dream state is free of the resistance to being psychic. There's some people who are psychic all the time. Hella, it turns out, became psychic all the time.
Uh-huh.
Looking for a parking place, she said, well, go around a corner that you'll be able to park behind the orange Volkswagen. And she just was able to see whatever there was. And a person with psychic ability will have these experiences in dreams.
Uh-huh.
And they often are meaningful and often they're not meaningful. I had a dream, I don't know how much of this room you can see. I had a dream a year ago where I was sitting in this vaulted living room, and in the dream, there was an electric train running around the bottom of the ceiling, the pitched roof here that meets with the redwood walls. And I had an electric train was running around that ledge. Now, I don't have any children here. I don't have an electric train. It's not part of anything I'm thinking about. But it was so clear and unusual that I had to tell my wife about that. So the question is, where did that fully constructed dream about the train running around the ceiling come from? And I told her about that. That was very odd. And got my coffee and went into my computer. First thing I do in the morning is see what's on the front page of the New York Times. I could almost ask you as a game, what do you think was on the front page of the New York Times? The answer is with a photograph of the reconstruction of the elevated in downtown Chicago. And the elevated in downtown Chicago is known as the Loop. The train connects the north branch from the south branch, and it goes around Dearborn Street and Michigan Boulevard in a circle. And that's what they showed on the front page of the New York Times, with a photograph of the circular elevated train in Chicago under reconstruction. That was a meaningful dream for me because I grew up in Chicago. I knew that area very well. My father had a bookshop on Dearborn Street. So I was taken back to my childhood haunts in that dream, triggered, no doubt, by what I was going to see the next morning. So I would say I had a dream that was triggered by what I was going to see 2 hours later on my computer screen.
Amazing. And that bookstore is interesting because you discovered so much of esoteric literature that got you, in a sense, on this path of discovering things about psychic nature.
Yeah, my father was interested in esoteric things and Chinese and Japanese art and science fiction. And he published a biography of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky when he was editor-in-chief of Putnam's. My father published The God's Father. So he was a well-known, distinguished New York publisher. But Madame Blavatsky was on his menu.
That's great. Thank God for that. That's kind of fascinating. And you would run across material, for example, like Aleister Crowley and things like that. And he talked about these astral experiences as well. And he did a lot of very unusual things with the astral plane.
Yeah, Aleister Crowley and Bob Monroe were interested in out-of-body experiences. There's a kind of a continuum from remote viewing to a full out-of-body experience. And Bob Monroe and Crowley were interested in sex on the astral plane. That if you have a cooperating partner, you can visit him or her in a distant place and have a significant interaction. And Crowley was very interested in that. And Bob Monroe, in his Journeys Out of the Body, describes interacting with his wife before they were married. And McKinley Cantor wrote a book called Don't Touch Me, where he would interact with his wife. He was stationed in Japan, his wife was in Los Angeles, and he would occasionally visit his wife psychically for a physical seeming interaction, even though she is 10,000 miles away.
Fascinating. And is that's not a body overlap with the remote viewing? The two research streams kind of interact.
Well, in remote viewing, I don't generally invite my remote viewing subject to have an out-of-body experience. For example, if I'm working with an inexperienced woman, I don't want her to later go to my management and say, Targ separated my consciousness from my body and I can't get back together. I'm disintegrated and he did that to me. That would be the end of our program.
Right.
I'm a physicist, I'm not a psychologist, so I'm not trained to deal with somebody who's having a unasked for out-of-body experience. I was willing to do that with Hella. She's a woman of the world and would not be frightened by having a unasked for out-of-body experience if I had to do with what Silver was doing. We just wanted to focus on our little objects.
So would you ideally say that psychic activity works best with two people, the psychic and the operator?
Psychic and an interviewer. The interviewer is very, very helpful in, if the interviewer knows what psychic functioning sounds like, he can be very helpful. I was once working with a researcher in the field, and he said, well, I would like to do it. I'd like to see how you guys at SRI do it. And I said, all right, I'll send Hal to go hide somewhere. And of course, I don't know where he's going. And I said, okay, Hal's probably at his place now. You tell me what you see. He said, well, it looks like he's at Macy's. And I didn't know whether Hal was at Macy's, but I know that does not sound like remote viewing. That sounds like a guess.
Mm-hmm.
I said to him, that sounds like a guess. Let's start over. What are you experiencing that makes you say Macy's? He said, well, I see like a rack of coat hangers all in a row. And I said, well, that's interesting. Can you draw that? And what he drew greatly resembled a steel pedestrian overpass crossing the freeway. And that's where Hal was. Hal was not at Macy's, but he was at the pedestrian overpass, which is made of steel wires crossing the freeway.
So his associative mind was looking at this and thinking, it's wires, I'm going to put a hanger symbol around it.
The wrong question is, where do you think Hal is? That's a question that a psychic cannot answer, because that's a pure analytical question. and the psychic mind can't do analysis in general.
Right.
Psychic mind can tell you, see, there's no limit to what the psychic mind can do. There's a limit to what the psychic mind is able to get out to actually tell another person.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I want to go back to the time travel part of this again, because it seems like in consciousness, when they're in these sessions, if they can go forward, even in the symbols experiment, they're going forward in time and looking at the symbol that they're going to be shown a week from now or down the road. How is it consciousness, which in these experiments have proven that you can go to a particular place and view things that are happening, but it can actually go across time? How do you explain the time part?
Well, it's as though we live in a multidimensional universe, which is what Minkowski thought. Minkowski helped Einstein work out relativity, telling him that in order to be able to do that correctly, you have to realize that the time coordinate is imaginary. So he's not making up new coordinates. He just points out that one of these is an imaginary, mathematically imaginary coordinate. Well, if you have an imaginary space-time where you have the four familiar constituents, four familiar dimensions, and you notice that each of those dimensions has an imaginary part, then you can travel through that space-time, and there will always be a path from your coordinates in space-time to some distant coordinates in space-time. So that distant place may be at a distant time and a distant space, but that doesn't matter. You're just going from your four-dimensional space-time to that distant four-dimensional space-time, and the fact that it's a different time is no more difficult than it's a different space. So in the complex space-time, you can instantaneously bring your consciousness to any point in that space-time. So the fact that it's in the future or in Soviet Siberia or in Jupiter doesn't make any difference.
Fascinating.
You're crossing space-time, and if I ask you to describe where will my cat be at noon today, you just have to quiet your mind and say, well, how will I know noon? Well, noon is going to be 3 o'clock for me. Where's Russell's cat going to be at the end of this experiment? And you describe the surprising, and I'd ask you to describe the surprising answer to that question. And you'd have no problem doing that.
Fascinating. Am I looking then at probabilities, or am I traveling?
No, you're not looking at probabilities. You're looking at what is. This is not a guessing game. For example, if you wanted to see something psychic, I could say, I'm thinking of a number from 1 to 10. Tell me what number I'm thinking of. I've written it down. That's almost impossible because you have a perfect remembrance, perfect memory from the numbers from 1 to 10. Instead, I could say, I'm thinking of some place on Earth that I know pretty well that you've probably never seen. I can visualize this odd place that I know about. Tell me about the images that come to you. And that would be easy to do. So it's easier for you to choose one place out of an infinitude of possible locations that exist than it is to describe a number from 1 to 10. 1 to 10 is the probability game, as you were describing. Remote viewing, you're simply going to the distant point in space-time and describing what's there, and that's an ability that you actually have.
Fascinating. So you'd say that the future already exists?
There will be a future for you to describe.
Right.
I think probably what you're describing is the probable future rather than the future that already exists.
Yeah.
The paradox, as you're aware.
Yeah.
If you have a dream about a car accident where the wheel falls off of your car, and say, "Oh dear, I don't want to have that experience. I better take my car into the garage." You take your car into the garage, and he said, "Boy, it's lucky you brought it in. All 4 of the nuts holding your wheel on have fallen off. One more turn around the block and the wheel will fall off. But luckily you're here and you don't have to have that experience."
Right. That's the psychic mind informing you of potentialities.
So it seems.
You mentioned dreams there, and this is interesting because, of course, there's always been this overlap in subconscious information in the dream state. Like you said, so many people have got premonitions. I think pretty much everyone at some point or another has in their dreams.
People's first contact with psychic abilities is a precognitive dream.
I see.
Where they have a dream tonight of the odd thing that's going to happen the next day.
Right.
And you can get good at that by learning to separate ordinary dreams, which are made of wish fulfillment and previous days residue and sources of anxiety. And you want to separate those ordinary dreams from precognitive dreams, which have unusual clarity together with bizarre elements.
Uh-huh.
And in my theory, you don't get credit for a precognitive dream unless you tell somebody about it before it occurs.
Right.
Because you may have a weird dream every night, some come true and some don't. In order for a precognitive dream to be useful, you have to learn to make that discrimination.
So how would you say a person is getting psychic information in a dream? What's the process that's taking place? Because it's not like remote viewing where somebody's being directed into a psychic state. They just are having it spontaneously.
Well, of course, I don't know the actual answer to your question. What it appears is that you're doing remote viewing it's as though the dream state is free of the resistance to being psychic. There's some people who are psychic all the time. Hella, it turns out, became psychic all the time.
Uh-huh.
Looking for a parking place, she said, "Well, go around a corner that you'll be able to park behind the orange Volkswagen." And she just was able to see whatever there was. And a person with psychic ability will have these experiences in dreams.
Uh-huh.
And they often are meaningful and often they're not meaningful. I had a dream, I don't know how much of this room you can see. I had a dream a year ago where I was sitting in this vaulted living room, and in the dream, there was an electric train running around the bottom of the ceiling, the pitched roof here that meets with the redwood walls. And I had an electric train was running around that ledge. Now, I don't have any children here. I don't have an electric train. It's not part of anything I'm thinking about. But it was so clear and unusual that I had to tell my wife about that. So the question is, where did that fully constructed dream about the train running around the ceiling come from? And I told her about that. That was very odd. And got my coffee and went into my computer. First thing I do in the morning is see what's on the front page of the New York Times. I could almost ask you as a game, what do you think was on the front page of the New York Times? The answer is with a photograph of the reconstruction of the elevated in downtown Chicago. And the elevated in downtown Chicago is known as the Loop. The train connects the north branch from the south branch, and it goes around Dearborn Street and Michigan Boulevard in a circle. And that's what they showed on the front page of the New York Times. The photograph of the circular elevated train in Chicago under reconstruction. That was a meaningful dream for me because I grew up in Chicago. I knew that area very well. My father had a bookshop on Dearborn Street. So I was taken back to my childhood haunts in that dream, triggered, no doubt, by what I was going to see the next morning. So I would say I had a dream that was triggered by what I was going to see 2 hours later on my computer screen.
Amazing. And that bookstore is interesting because you discovered so much of esoteric literature that got you, in a sense, on this path of discovering things about psychic nature.
Yeah, my father was interested in esoteric things and Chinese and Japanese art and science fiction. And he published a biography of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky when he was editor-in-chief of Putnam's. My father published The God's Father. So he was a well-known, distinguished New York publisher. But Madame Blavatsky was on his menu.
That's great. Thank God for that. That's kind of fascinating. And you would run across material, for example, like Aleister Crowley and things like that. And he talked about these astral experiences as well. And he did a lot of very unusual things with the astral plane.
Yeah, Aleister Crowley and Bob Monroe were interested in out-of-body experiences. There's a kind of a continuum from remote viewing to a full out-of-body experience. And Bob Monroe and Crowley were interested in sex on the astral plane. That if you have a cooperating partner, you can visit him or her in a distant place and have a significant interaction. And Crowley was very interested in that. And Bob Monroe, in his Journeys Out of the Body, describes interacting with his wife before they were married. And McKinley Cantor wrote a book called Don't Touch Me, where he would interact with his wife. He was stationed in Japan. His wife was in Los Angeles. And he would occasionally visit his wife psychically for a physical seeming interaction, even though she is 10,000 miles away.
Fascinating. And that's an out-of-body overlap with the remote viewing? The two research streams kind of interact.
Well, in remote viewing, I don't generally invite my remote viewing subject to have an out-of-body experience. For example, if I'm working with an inexperienced woman, I don't want her to later go to my management and say, Targ separated my consciousness from my body and I can't get back together. I'm disintegrated and he did that to me. That would be the end of our program.
Right.
I'm a physicist, I'm not a psychologist, so I'm not trained to deal with somebody who's having a unasked for out-of-body experience. I was willing to do that with Hella. She's a woman of the world and would not be frightened by having a unasked for out-of-body experience. If I'm there telling her what to do, she trusts me and we could just go together to the Kremlin, no problem. But for somebody who is not as well grounded as she, might find that frightening.
Yes, absolutely. Would you say
remote viewing to out-of-body experience is indeed a continuum? It is not necessary to leave your body in order to do a remote viewing, but it's available.
I see. It's sort of it's an expanded version of going to a particular place in remote viewing.
Yes, you can bring as much of your emotionality, sensitivity, sexuality, whatever you're comfortable with.
How do you feel about the culture and its acceptance of psychic phenomena? You were doing it in the 70s. It seems like if you look at the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, there's an explosion of psychic material. People understand it, ESP, Third Eye. And then you get into the 2000s And there's all kinds of different things out there, but it seems like the psychic part gets covered over. Where do you think we are with understanding psychic phenomena now?
Well, we haven't forgotten anything we knew. There's a group called the International Remote Viewing Association, IRVA, which is a couple of hundred men and women who have learned remote viewing either from me or from Paul Smith, who was one of the Army people we trained, or Lynn Buchanan, who's another Army guy. It's interesting. The Army is now the source of spiritual development. We have a couple of hundred people in the International Remote Viewing, IRVA, that are interested in applied remote viewing. Can you use this to make money? Can you help the police? How can you incorporate that into your lives? So there are all sorts of other things. There are all sorts of other people investigating psychic ability, but IRVA is the only group that is devoted to applied remote viewing. And they have annual meetings describing what works, what doesn't work, whether they're able to make money for. Was it more felicitous to forecast sporting events or the stock market? And it turned out that it's more work if money making is a task, it's better to use your remote viewing to forecast a sporting event, because in general, sporting events will double your money.
Right.
If you bet on the baseball game and you're successful, you give them $100, they'll give you $200 back if you're successful.
Right, absolutely. But we could have 3 people in a room. They could all remote view the baseball game and all have different results.
It would not be a good idea to have 3 people in the room doing anything psychic, because the most psychic person in the room will pull the experiment not necessarily in the right direction.
I see.
So you don't want a multitude of people trying to describe a future event. If I'm doing a workshop, I will start with a highly interesting object in my briefcase. And I sort of put out the intention that everyone in the room will describe what I'm going to put in their hand at a later time. And I can sort of set the stage so there's no conflict. People are not going off in different directions. They're focusing on what is the object I'm going to put in your hand 10 minutes from now. Describe that. And people are able to do that pretty well. And I have a collection of half a dozen different hot objects, quite different from one another, but they're objects that over the years I've learned that people like to describe. They're not similar to each other, but they're very interesting in their own, each in their own unique way.
Right.
So even though it's not, I should just say, to sort of cover myself, this is not a double-blind experiment, because I know the answer. So I could secretly be whispering on stage what the answer is. Of course, that wouldn't make any sense in a big auditorium. But I recognize this is not a double-blind experiment. And I tell people, I've got this interesting object here. You can get it from my thoughts, which is mental telepathy. You can look into my briefcase, which would be clairvoyance or remote viewing. Or the easiest place is to look into your own hand, because you will have this object in your hand 10 minutes from now. Why don't you just describe the weight and the texture and the color of the thing you're going to have in your hand? And that put together, I used to do magic, so I have a background of this sort of takes me back to childhood on stage, fooling people. But here I've finally got they're paying me to do magic now.
It had to come full circle right there.
That's right.
There is a kind of magic to this. And, it's interesting because people might regard in the general public psychic phenomena in a light way. in a light fashion. But you've seen it in the case of, for example, you were working on a remote viewing program for the kidnapping of Patty Hearst, kidnapping of American diplomats. You've seen how the psychic information was sometimes the vital link between life and death.
That's right. We were called the day after Patty Hearst was kidnapped. See, I've lectured on this, and people don't even know who Patty Hearst is anymore. She's the daughter of William Randolph Hearst, the publisher of the San Francisco Examiner, and she was kidnapped by some mysterious people who call themselves SLA, the Sudanese Liberation Army, who didn't want money but wanted to feed the poor. And the police in Berkeley asked us if we would help, because they by this time we had published some stuff. So they called SRI, and Hal Putoff, my colleague, and Pat Price went to the police station in Berkeley, and said they're very happy to see us. And the detective said, "You're Pat Price. We have a lot of questions we want to ask you." And Price said, "I've been doing this for a decade. Let me tell you how we do it. Bring me a mug book of all the usual suspects." So he laid out this big loose leaf binder on the table, and Price turned the pages, page after page, of half a dozen people per page, and finally put his finger on one guy and said, "That's the ringleader. And that was Donald DeVries. And he said, "Well, we know who he is. He had been imprisoned in a local minimum security prison, and he walked away. He escaped, hadn't seen him for a year." And Price said, "Well, he's the ringleader, and this is not for money. This is a political kidnapping. They're not after money." And within a week, we heard from DeVries and the SLA people, and what they wanted Hearst to agree to produce $1 million for the people in Oakland. And the policeman said to us, I guess Price said to him, "I suppose you want to know where the kidnap car is?" And he said, "Yes, we'd like to know that." And Price said, "Well, they've gone north. They're on the car's on the freeway near some white gas storage tanks across from a diner." And one of the detectives said, "Well, I know where that is. It's on my house in Vallejo." And they sent a police car there and found the kidnap car, which still had cartridges in it, rolling around on the floor. So Price was able to identify the ringleader of the SLA who kidnapped Patricia Hearst, and then send the police to the kidnap car that was still on the side of the freeway 50 miles north.
Remarkable.
That's what we did at SRI.
Wow. And it's those types of experiences that really helped you to understand psychic and remote viewing as a science, as opposed to just lightheartedly looking into something.
That's right. The closest thing to magic that I've seen was Price turning the pages of the mug book and putting his finger on the kidnapper.
Remarkable.
Nobody in the room knew what the answer to that was. It was a kidnapping. It was a cause célèbre. The police were embarrassed that they couldn't get anywhere with the case because the kidnappers just snatched the heiress and drove away. They didn't know where to start. And Price just walked in and said, "This is how we do it," and gave him the name of the guy. And I was there when that happened. We got a commendation from the Berkeley Police Department.
That's really remarkable. I mean, it shows too that, this is something that can be relied upon to deliver the information, just like all the different experiments that you've done.
That's right. There was a psychic army corps that we helped to create that was in business for a decade in Fort Meade. And that's where Joe McMoneagle was. They're in Fort Meade, Maryland, with the Psychic Army Corps, the ordnance facility. And they had they were tasked by the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, and the CIA. And over that decade, they had
Они очень не хотели, чтобы мы обнародовали. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Сегодняшняя пресс-конференция посвящена новым фактам разоблачения международной коррупции и внешнего управления Украины. Именно из-за утечки информации о сегодняшней пресс-конференции, именно на прошлой неделе было объявлено о наложении на меня санкций политиками из Министерства финансов США по подаче сенаторов из Демократической партии. Они очень не хотели, чтобы мы обнародовали то, что мы сегодня опубликуем. Но от пресс-конференции мы не отказались. На кону государственная независимость и суверенитет Украины. А главное, возможность на основании документов, фактов, вещественных доказательств и теперь еще показаний свидетелей вернуть миллиарды средств украинским гражданам. Вопрос касательно санкций я обязательно сегодня прокомментирую, но хотел бы отметить следующее. Демокоррупционеры действительно очень боятся. И поэтому каждое слово, которое будет сегодня нами озвучено, подкреплено документами, цифрами и шокирующими записями. С каждым новым фактом, новой записью, новой проводкой по счетам мы убеждаемся, что внешнее управление и международная коррупция – это сиамские близнецы с множеством лиц, высших государственных чинов, олигархов, схемщиков и многих других персонажей, которые воруют у украинского народа. Что сегодня будет обнародовано? Первое. Доказательства вывода через финансовые ямы миллионов долларов, украденных у украинского народа, отмытых с помощью банков и моек в различных юрисдикциях и последующими перечислениями их на счета компании семьи Байденов. Новые записи разговоров пятого президента Украины Петра Порошенко и экс-вице-президента США Джо Байдена, свидетельствующие о внешнем управлении. Также мы обнародуем колоссальные коррупционные оборудки на закупках угля и газа, из-за которых украинцы платят на треть выше коммунальные тарифы. В этих оборудках участвовали на тот момент высшие должностные лица Украины и США. Нами будут обнародованы и факты освоения сотен тысяч долларов материально-технической помощи, направленных Украине государством США, а также свидетельства развала структуры Генеральной прокуратуры, а ныне Офиса Генерального прокурора Украины. Еще раз повторяюсь, каждое слово, которое будет сегодня нами озвучено, подкреплено документами, цифрами и записями, которые нам передали журналисты-расследователи, а также люди, владеющие информацией о коррупционных схемах и свидетели, непосредственно находящиеся в ряде процессов, и о чем мы сегодня и расскажем. Все имеющиеся в нашем распоряжении факты международной коррупции и внешнего управления Украиной мы передадим в правоохранительные органы Украины. Сегодня мы представим вашему вниманию только часть свидетельских показаний, подчеркиваю, часть свидетельских показаний. Хочу вас уверить, что у нас есть и другие свидетели, подтверждающие факты международной коррупции, в том числе из граждан иностранных государств. Итак, первая часть нашей пресс-конференции. Доказательства вывода через финансовые ямы миллионов долларов, украденных у украинского народа, с последующим перечислением их на счета компании семьи Байденов. На одной из первых пресс-конференций около года назад мы показали банковские проводки на сотни тысяч долларов на семью экс-вице-президента США Джо Байдена, а именно на его сына Роберта Хантера Байдена, который входил в состав директоров скандально известной газодобывающей компании «Буризма». «Буризма» принадлежит беглому министру времен Януковича Николаю Злочевскому. Наличие Байдена в руководстве «Буризмы» и оплата его услуг – ничто иное, как политическая крыша, которая защищала Злачевского от украинского закона, а именно от Уголовного кодекса. После ряда пресс-конференций к нашей группе расследователей, а именно к старшему прокурору, группы прокуроров Генеральной прокуратуры по расследованию экономических преступлений режима Януковича в 2016-2019 годах Константину Кулику обратилось 2 иностранных гражданина, непосредственно занимавшихся отмыванием украденных Злачевским у украинцев миллионов долларов с последующим выводом этих миллионов на счета фирмы Буризма, а также с последующим выводом на счета фирмы Байдена. Так как эти иностранные граждане находятся в процессе получения предоставляемого Украиной официального статуса «разоблачитель коррупции», в целях их личной безопасности, а также исходя из тайны следствия, назовем их условным именем свидетель 1 и свидетель 2. Подробнее об этом расскажет Константин Кулик, старший группы прокуроров ГПУ по расследованию экономических преступлений режима Януковича в 2016-2019 годах. Константин Геннадьевич, вам слово.
Добрый день. На видео, которое мы сейчас опубликуем... Добрый день. На видео, которое мы сейчас опубликуем, свидетели подтверждают и детально описывают коррупционную схему отмывания украденных Злачевским у украинцев миллионов долларов с последующим выводом этих миллионов на счета фирмы Байден. Кроме видео, мы обнародуем заявление одного из свидетелей в правоохранительные органы Украины, в котором изложены данные факты. Предлагаю посмотреть видео.
Добрый день, меня зовут Константин Кулик. И сегодня мы общаемся с 2 новыми свидетелями, которые имели отношение к незаконной деятельности Николая Злачевского. Оба свидетеля не имели до беседы со мной консультации с адвокатом присутствующим и понимаю, что заключили договор с ним. Добрый день, представьтесь, пожалуйста, как вас зовут?
Меня зовут являюсь гражданином Латвийской Республики.
Что вы можете рассказать об известных вам обстоятельствах незаконной деятельности Николая Злачевского? Что вам известно?
Мне известны обстоятельства легализации и отмывания Николаем Злачевским денег, перечисленных с Украины, которые не имели законного происхождения.
Вы принимали в этом участие?
Принимали в этом участие, да.
Хорошо. Ну, расскажите тогда эти обстоятельства. Что происходило? Как
происходило?
Это выглядело? Да.
С 2010 года я вместе с другими людьми оказывал некоторым украинским и российским бизнесменам услуги по легализации их незаконных доходов и уклонению от уплаты налогов.
Вы конкретно что вы делали?
Для этого регистрировали десятки компаний в офшорных зонах на подставных людей, как правило, на граждан этих офшорных стран.
Угу.
После чего получали на подставных граждан Латвии доверенности на право управления этими компаниями, открывали счета для этих компаний в банках Латвии и получали доступ к управлению этими счетами с помощью программы типа клиент-банк.
У вас был клиент Николай Злачевский, когда он появился у вас, как он у вас появился?
Он у нас появился в 2009-2010 годах примерно, да, и он был нашим клиентом с этого времени. Контактными лицами от Николая Злачевского со мной выступал, вернее, его доверенное лицо. В Украине Николай Злачевский имел очень много неучтенного нала, скрытые от налогов неучтенные наличные деньги в украинской валюте гривны. И речь идет о сумме до 10 миллионов долларов ежемесячно. И эти наличные деньги постоянно конвертировались в безналичные деньги и заводились на счета подставных компаний под видом различных придуманных контрактов и услуг. И мы контролировали этот процесс. Также мы организовывали эффективные внешнеэкономические контракты, которые никогда не имели реального исполнения между указанными компаниями и счетами компаний WireLogic и Digitex, и в качестве менеджера контактировал с человеком от компании Буризма Холдинг. Что происходило? Они давали технические указания, какие суммы выводить из Украины и на какие цели их тратить. Присылали инвойсы и другие документы при необходимости. Ну, также среди нас был человек, который в случае необходимости контактировал по этим вопросам непосредственно с Николаем Злачевским. Хочу подчеркнуть, что работали только с деньгами, которые принадлежали лично Николаю Злачевскому и которые в разный период времени находились на счетах разных офшорных компаний, а также на специально открытом счете Буризма Холдинг в латвийском банке под названием Приватбанк. Что хотел сказать, что я не имел отношения к другим счетам Буризма Холдинг, да, на которые, очевидно, поступали деньги от хозяйственной деятельности этого холдинга, связанной с добычей и продажей газа.
Ясно. Вот вы говорите, на счетах компании Virologic Technology Digitech Organization в Приватбанке в Латвии были смешаны деньги клиентов, связанные с украинским и российским бизнесом. Вы можете назвать этих людей? Что это за бизнесмены?
Сейчас я не хочу об этом говорить.
Вы говорите о том, что, оказывая Николаю Злачевскому помощь в проведении банковских операций, вы понимали незаконность происхождения этих денег. Вы можете объяснить, почему вы сделали такой вывод?
Я знал, что Николай Злачевский занимает разные государственные должности в правительстве Украины и одновременно занимается ведением бизнеса. Государственный чиновник в любой стране не имеет права заниматься бизнесом. Это коррупция.
Ну, да.
Я думаю, что это понимал и Злачевский, так как он пользовался нашими услугами скрытно и неофициально. В случае с Николаем Злачевским ситуация была более коррупционной, так как он использовал свое служебное положение министра для того, чтобы предоставлять преференции своим же бизнес-структурам, компаниям, которые занимались добычей газа.
Правильно я понимаю, как выглядела схема с ваших слов легализации денег, в которых принимал участие Николай Злачевский? В Украине неучтенные наличные деньги, которые принадлежали Николаю Злачевскому, заводились на расчетные счета украинских компаний в украинском банке в виде гривны, валюты.
Да, после этого они конвертировались, и с украинского банка деньги поступали в Приватбанк.
Да,
на
потом на основании внешнеэкономических контрактов покупался доллар, и этот доллар на основании этих внешнеэкономических контрактов зачислялся на счета компаний Virologic Digitex.
Да, которые были в Приватбанке, да.
Да. И после этого с этих компаний уже доллар перечислялся на счет компании Буризма Холдинг в Приватбанке в Латвии.
Ну да, да, все верно.
Хорошо. Скажите, а вы можете сказать, откуда вы осуществляли свою деятельность и какими техническими средствами вы пользовались?
Как бы работали из офиса в Риге, в Латвии, да, и также коллеги находились в Киеве, в Украине.
Два офиса было в Риге и в Киеве?
Да.
Ясно.
И также в работе использовались компьютеры, и, как я уже говорил, система там клиент-банк была, и работали с VPN, и в работе вот использовался вот этот вот компьютер.
Ну, это то, что мы показывали ваш компьютер.
Да.
Ясно. Уточните мне еще раз, пожалуйста, обстоятельства открытия счета от Буризма Холдинг в латвийском Приватбанке. Как использовал этот счет?
В 2012 году к нам обратился клиент, который сказал, что Николай Злачевский хочет открыть отдельный счет компании Буризма Холдинг.
Ну, это
да.
Да.
Банковский счет Буризма Холдинг Николай Злачевский использовал для оплаты личных нужд, когда хотел выдать свои платежи за платежи от имени этой компании.
От Буризма?
Да.
Вам известно обстоятельства перечисления денег за консультационные услуги со счета Буризма Холдинг на счет американской компании Розамонсон Бохай?
Да.
И что вам известно?
Известно, что с ноября 2014 года по октябрь 2015 происходили эти платежи, и я обратил внимание на странные повторяющиеся суммы, да?
В чем?
В долларах, да, которые выглядели, которые исчислялись суммой 83 333,33 цента.
Ну, неровные суммы.
Неровные суммы, да. Вот. С Буризма Холдинг, да, перечислялись на ремонт Сенека Бухаи. Но обратил внимание то, что, как я уже сказал, что это какие-то странные неровные суммы были, это раз. Но, во-вторых, они повторялись порядка 20 платежей. То есть их было очень много, да. И это все было за оплата за консультационные услуги. Как будто это был какой-то общий платеж, разбитый на неравной части, которые не привлекали внимание банка.
А вы видели какой-либо контракт в подтверждении вот этих платежей?
Вот никакого контракта в подтверждении этих платежей я не видел.
А как оно выглядело? Как вам пришло?
Ну, на почту присылали образец платежного поручения.
А кто присылал?
Нужно было оформлять его по системе клиент-банка и, как я уже говорил, перечислять компании Буризма Холдинг в латвийском банке. Приватбанк на счет американской компании Резамонт Сенека Бухаил ЛЛЦ.
А какие деньги использовались для наполнения счета этой компании?
Использовались деньги Николая Злочевского, которые заводились компанией WireLogic и Digitex.
Ну, это те деньги, которые не учтенный нал с Украины, по описанной схеме.
Да.
И в конечном итоге он попадал на Буризм Холдинг, и с него шли оплаты, в том числе и на Резамонт.
Да, все
а как вы разделяли, где российские деньги, где украинские деньги? То, что вы не хотите говорить. Как вы вели учет?
Ну, как говорил, эти все деньги смешивались на компаниях WireLogic и Digitex. Все вместе.
Ну, вот ваша задача, она в чем заключалась?
Платились такому получателю, как Алану Аптеру, да, с этой компанией. И это происходило в 2014 году, с 16 декабря по 19 августа 2015 года. И там было тоже большая сумма, да, в размере 242 885 тысяч евро физическому лицу Алану Аптеру в Ситибанк, также, повторяюсь, за консультационные услуги.
Понятно.
И еще были перечисления в этот же период на счет также физического лица Александра Квасневского в польский банк. И там также были консультационные услуги, но сумма там была 1 миллион евро. Я также подаю заявление о преступлении и прошу предоставить мне статус разоблачителя коррупции.
Этот человек знает обстоятельства непосредственного участия Николая Злочевского в описанных преступлениях и об обстоятельствах сокрытия этих преступлений после 2014 года. На данный момент я не называю его имени, так как считаю, что он должен воспользоваться программой защиты свидетелей. Вместе с этим я хочу у вас спросить. Вы слушали рассказ от свидетеля, что вы можете сказать по этому поводу?
Да, я подтверждаю наш сегодняшний разговор, то, что было произнесено. Компания работала примерно с 2009 года по легализации и оптимизации средств клиентов. В данной ситуации идет речь о Николае Злочевском и Буризм Холдинг. То есть в его пользу были сделаны операции. Наполнение Буризм Холдинг происходило от двух компаний, ниже перечисленных, и Буризм оплачивала свои счета. В данной ситуации она оплачивала Резамонт Синека на счет в Морган Стэнли.
Да что это за компания разработчика, что вы знаете о ней?
Компания принадлежала Хантеру Байдену.
Уважаемые коллеги, это часть записи опроса свидетелей, которую проводил Константин Геннадьевич вместе в присутствии с адвокатом. Полная запись этого разговора будет выложена на сайте NabuLeaks буквально по окончанию пресс-конференции.
Одна цитата из заявления свидетеля. Все описанные финансовые операции были фиктивными и платились большие деньги в Украине, чтобы государственные органы закрывали на это глаза. Информация о принадлежности той или иной суммы денег конкретному бизнесмену, который заказал такую услугу легализации, в том числе Николаю Злочевскому, находится на ноутбуке, который свидетель передает правоохранителям Украины. Какие же средства получали участники схемы? В период с ноября 2014 года по октябрь 2015 года свидетели заметили странные повторяющиеся платежи, которые по указанию Олега Неллина, а это помощник Николая Злочевского в Верховной Раде, отправляли со счета компании «Буризма Холдинг», который был открыт для личных нужд Николая Злочевского в латвийском отделении «Приватбанк», на счет американской компании «Розамон Сенека Бохай». Свидетели обратили внимание на эти платежи, так как примерно 20 раз повторялась одна и та же некруглая сумма – $83 333 33 цента, как оплата за консультационные услуги. Это было похоже на общий платеж, который был разбит на неравные части. В период с ноября 2014 по октябрь 2015 года были перечислены украденные украинцев деньги, которые находились на счете компании «Буризма Холдинг» в латвийском отделении Приватбанка, на счет компании «Розамон Сенека Бохай» в американском банке Морган Стэнли. Платежами на общую сумму $3 миллиона, 3 миллиона 400 тысяч долларов США за консультационные услуги. Эта компания «Розамон Сенека», согласно переданным нам свидетелями выписки, тесно связана с Байденом. Кроме того, с контролируемого Злочевским счета «Буризма Холдинг» в период с декабря 2014 по август 2015 года были перечислены 242 885 евро на счет Алану Аптору, это член правления «Буризма». Деньги перечислялись в Ситибанк за консультационные услуги. И также в этот период были перечислены на счет также члена правления «Буризма Холдинг» 1 миллион евро Александру Квасневскому в польский банк ПКО «Банк Польский», тоже за консультационные услуги. Все эти деньги общей суммой около $5 миллионов были украдены у украинцев и отмыты через вышеуказанные подставные компании. Это плата только за политическую крышу, которую Злочевскому оказывал Байден. Это только часть выплат за небольшой период, документально подтвержденный только этими свидетелями, а также подтвержденный отчетами финансового мониторинга Латвии, Кипра и Украины, которые размещены на сайте Набуликс. Материалы финансового мониторинга. Сколько длились эти выплаты? Сколько платилось силовикам, налоговикам, лоббистам и сколько всего было украдено? Думаю, сумма исчисляется десятками миллионов долларов. Что мы имеем в итоге? Семья Байденов осуществляла политическую крышу Злочевскому из украденных им денег украинцев как минимум на сумму 3 миллиона 400 тысяч долларов США. Вот как выглядит схема воровства денег и их перечисления через офшоры на компанию Байдена. Вызывает удивление, что эти факты имеются у финансового мониторинга Министерства финансов США, но отмытые деньги не блокируются и не проводятся расследования уполномоченными органами США. Кроме этого, блокируется полностью проведение расследования данных фактов в Украине.
К слову, если Буризма опять захочет отбелить Байдена в суде, хочу уведомить, что уже одно судебное дело в части выплат от Буризмы Байдену я выиграл на прошлой неделе. Кстати, адвокаты Буризмы пытались отбелить Байдена, не оспаривая сам факт оплат. Их смущало только указанные размеры и точность по выплатам. Этот факт отмечен в решении суда. Как еще воровал Злочевский, согласно данным журналистов-расследователей, мы расскажем в следующей части нашей пресс-конференции. А пока предлагаю журналистам ознакомиться с коррупционными проводками Злочевского, а всех желающих потоптаться по коррупционным схемам. Это выписки из банка.
Introducing.
Сейчас же мы обнародуем новые записи разговоров Порошенко и Байдена. Сразу отмечу, Джо Байден столкнулся с угрозой потерять стабильный доход от Злочевского, а по сути от украинских граждан, когда Генеральная прокуратура во главе с Виктором Шокиным начало уголовное производство по буризме и воровству денег украинцев. К Байдену подобрались настолько плотно, что он ради сохранения абонплаты от Злочевского пообещал Порошенко 1 миллиард кредитных гарантий. Еще раз. Байден ради собственной прибыли распорядился чужим миллиардом, который Порошенко с радостью принял и освоил на своих предприятиях Богдан и Ленинская кузня, а взамен уволил Шокина. Вторая угроза для Байдена возникла после президентских выборов в США и его ухода с поста вице-президента. Они созванивались регулярно с Порошенко уже после президентских выборов в 2016 году. Байдену было важно удостовериться, что в отношениях ничего не изменилось, а Порошенко важно было отчитаться о внешней политике Украины и отношениях с новым президентом США Дональдом Трампом. Давайте послушаем запись.
Introducing President Poroshenko.
Hey Petro, Joe, how are you?
Very well indeed. As usual, when I hear your voice, my dear friend. And if President can also support us, not only with the Minsk, but with the visa-free, that would be something when we are trying to sell to the Ukrainian people. And I'm still hoping that you can come maybe on the 21st of November, on our anniversary of Revolution of Dignity, and that would be a very big delivery.
With regard to my coming on the 21st, as I told you, I could never come on the 21st. I was going to try to come immediately after, in early December. But here's where I am now, and part of my answer to that depends on what was your conversation with our president-elect. One of the things I've been doing is spending. They are not. I'm not being critical, but the incoming administration has been very, very slow on getting ready for transition. Quite frankly, like most of America, they didn't think they were going to win the election, so they did not have a fulsome transition team. Matter of fact, as of days ago, they changed their transition team. Transition is a very, very delicate and precise dance that goes on from administration to administration over the last 100 years, and it requires the exchange of classified information and the like, and the people they put forward to be part of the transition have to be cleared to do that, just as we had to be cleared after the Bush administration, etc. They have not done that. They're trying to catch up and do it now, since they fired the guy who headed up the transition just last week. The reason I bother to tell you that is I have been somewhat limited on what I'm able to tell their team about Ukraine. The truth of the matter is the incoming administration doesn't know a great deal about the situation. So I'm meeting with the vice president-elect, who's the only one that has any foreign policy experience.
You play an enormous, you play now the role in the bringing peace to my country and save my country. This is my real feeling. And
well, you're awfully generous. I don't plan on going away. I mean, as a private citizen, I plan on staying deeply engaged in the endeavor that you have begun and we have begun.
Yeah.
At least that's my objective. That's my objective. But if I go beforehand, I'm worried, since they don't know enough, they will think I'm trying to game them. They will think I am trying to put them in a corner. They will question my motive in going before they are fully briefed. And I'm sure you understand that. You're a good negotiator. At least that's my thinking at the time, and I've seen nothing to make me question my judgment about this being the right approach.
Как там сказал Петр Алексеевич, продать украинскому народу в годовщину революции с добудки. Циничные тексты циничных людей. Продавал надежду, все остальное в стране грабили. Как видим, Байден уверяет Порошенко, никто никуда не уходит. Наоборот, Байден заверяет Порошенко, что влиял на переходную администрацию президента Трампа. Нам было бы все равно, если бы это не касалось создания и крышевания коррупционных схем вместо борьбы с коррупцией, реальной борьбы с коррупцией. Еще одна запись достойна внимания: обсуждение Порошенко и Байдена, новоизбранного президента США Дональда Трампа. Давайте послушаем.
Introducing President Poroshenko.
Hey, Petro, Joe, how are you?
Very well indeed. As usual, when I hear your voice, my dear friend.
Tell me about your conversation, if you can, with Trump.
I told him quite a big number of positive things which President Obama and current administration do.
All right, man. Well, look.
But frankly speaking, I expected much colder conversation, and it was quite sincere and quite warm.
Good. Look, this guy, you know, there's an expression in English. You know how dogs always chase buses or cars down the road? You know, a bad dog will chase a car down the road.
Yeah.
Well, there's an expression in English. He caught the car, and he's the dog who caught the car. He didn't know what the hell to do. He doesn't know what the car's made of or what's in it. So we have a real chance here of making him a hero.
Действительно, называть президента своей страны собакой, бегущей за машиной, а второму подхихикивать – это признак настоящих государственных мужей с высокой культурой государственности. Удостоверившись, что все в порядке, Байден и Порошенко признаются в ментальной любви друг к другу, присваивают друг другу звания и восхищаются друг другом. Давайте послушаем.
Introducing President Poroshenko.
Hey, Petro, Joe, how are you?
Very well indeed. As usual, when I hear your voice, my dear friend.
So, but you become a good friend, and we understand each other. And like I said, even after I'm out of this job, I'm committed to the independence of a new and non-corrupt nation state that, God willing, kids are going to be singing songs about you 30 years from now.
Joe, thank you very much indeed. And
I'm not kidding. Think about this. You're the first one who has a chance to actually set up a corrupt-free, democratic nation of Ukraine. Jesus, what a hell, man. I'm going to go down as a great vice president. I'm not going down as a founder of a country, man. A father of a country. So I'll trade places with you, okay? I'd like my grandkids to read about me in the history books. Yours are going to read about you.
I'm very proud to hear that. If you allow, I transfer these words to my wife. She should also be the same proud of me like you.
All right, I'll talk to you soon, Petro. Thank you.
Introducing President Poroshenko.
Oh, Joe Biden here.
Dear Joe, that's a real great pleasure to hear you again.
Petro, I miss talking to you every week. How are you, my friend?
Very well indeed. All the time when I meet with my team, I mention your phrase about father founder of the nation.
Yeah,
you should know that you are very famous and very popular.
Words. Those children of yours who may go to Penn for a year, their children are going to know, and that generation is going to know, who finally gave Ukrainian people an opportunity to be firmly ensconced in the West as a progressive democracy.
That's true.
Ну, видите, триумф неадекватности. Вдумайтесь, весь мир говорит о коррупции Порошенко. Страна 73% голосует против коррупции Порошенко. Зеленский на стадионе кричит про приговор, а бывший вице-президент США вылизывает мальдивского патриота, называя его отцом нации, и предлагает писать про него поэмы. Действительно, про Петра Алексеевича и Байдена можно писать поэмы. Единственное уточнение, мы надеемся, эти поэмы будут напечатаны в материалах уголовных дел. Теперь же расскажем, как именно Злочевский совместно с Порошенко, по мнению журналистов-расследователей, воровал деньги украинцев, завышая тарифы и воруя через прокладки. Следующая тема пресс-конференции посвящена тому, как грабят украинцев на тарифах и как тарифы можно снизить. Буквально, как можно уменьшить цифры в платежках граждан минимум на 25%. Мои сограждане не ошибутся, если скажут, что власть и коррупционеры зарабатывают с каждой семьи. В каждой платежке прилипает интерес олигарха, чиновника или схемщика. Эти схемы настолько прибыльны, что с них кормился сам сивачелый гетьман Петр Алексеевич. У него есть редкое врожденное свойство – умение трижды заработать с одной коррупционной схемы. Давайте вспомним, как человек с похожим на голосом похожим на Порошенко радостно рапортовал своему старшему товарищу экс-вице-президенту США Джо Байдену о том, что поднял тарифы не на 75, как просил Байден, а на целых 100%. За это Петр Алексеевич получил $1 миллиард, который успешно, подчеркиваю, освоил на своих предприятиях в оборонпроме, отдав туда заказы.
President, just 1 minute for Vice President Biden.
Thank you.
Introducing President Poroshenko.
Hey, Mr. President Joe Biden, how are you?
Very well indeed. As usual when I hear your voice. Look, what we're doing now, I think that within last 3 weeks, we demonstrate the real great progress in the reform. We voted in the parliament 100% tariffs, despite of the fact that the IMF expected only 75%. We launched the real reform of the state-owned enterprises. We launched a reform for the prices for the medicine, removing all the obstacles.
Oh, you did a lot. I agree.
Это в качестве напоминания. А недавно открылась еще одна схема по обогащению на тарифах, по сути, на гражданах Украины. Схему, по мнению журналистов-расследователей, курируют люди Порошенко. Как нам стали известны эти факты грабежа украинцев? Недавно к нашей группе расследователей обратился экс-руководитель подразделения безопасности энергобизнеса, одного такого украинского деятеля Анатолия Шкребляка. Шкребляк известен своими связями с Порошенко, Кононенко и Злочевским, своей группой компании Технова, а это арендованные за бесценок у городских громад ТЭЦ в Чернигове, Сумах, Черкасах, а также Дарницкая ТЭЦ в городе Киеве. Также он известен офшорными схемами по выкачке денег с граждан через тарифы. Зовут человека, который работал на Шкребляка и передал нам очень убедительное доказательство грабежа людей, Виталий Михалюк, бывший сотрудник Службы безопасности Украины. Он проработал начальником Службы безопасности на Шкребляка в Технове с 2008 по 2017 год. На протяжении почти 10 лет он имел доступ к схемам по обворовыванию населения. А сейчас мы их обнародуем. Итак, как закладывались в платежки коррупционный интерес и как зарабатывал на украинцах Порошенко и компания? Первое. Как известно, руководителем структуры НКРЕ, который отвечает за цифры в платежках людей, был молодой, наглый, успешный, бывший вице-президент ICU, представитель компании «Рошен» в Российской Федерации, фактически руководитель Липецкой фабрики, Дмитрий Вовк. Сам Петр Алексеевич своим президентским указом назначил его на должность главы НКРЕ. Задачей Вовка было загонять игроков энергетического рынка в стойло Петра Алексеевича, а также создавать модно звучащие и сложно понимаемые коррупционные формулы и схемы типа «Роттердам плюс». В начале 2017 года НКРЕ во главе с Дмитрием Вовком провели соответствующие проверки правильности начисления и использования тарифов на тепловую и электрическую энергию, а по результатам которой в итоге за деятельность 2015-2018 год снято с тарифов вышеуказанных предприятий 232 миллиона гривен. И еще планировалось к снятию 516 миллионов без НДС. Спрятать такие суммы от глаз правоохранителей было тяжело, поэтому в начале 2017 года между Шкребляком и близким другом и бизнес-партнером Порошенко Игорем Кононенко была достигнута договоренность в пятом элементе, о чем сообщала в свое время программа схемы «Радио Свобода». О чем договорились? Первое. Юридическим выгодополучателем от деятельности энергопредприятий продолжает оставаться Шкребляк, но при этом на ключевые должности в управляющей компании и на указанный ТЭЦ назначаются лица из бизнес-окружения Игоря Кононенко. За это Шкребляк получает гарантии продолжения своей бизнес-деятельности. Второе. Закрытие всех вопросов с силовиками стало личной обязанностью Шкребляка, и рассчитывался он за это из собственных ресурсов. В течение марта-мая 2017 года Шкребляк передал несколькими частями денежные средства в размере 10 миллионов долларов наличными для закрытия вопросов с законом. Эту информацию предоставил нам начальник службы безопасности Техновы Виталий Михалюк. В последующем так называемое сопровождение противоправной деятельности указанной энергогруппы осуществлялось через отдельных руководителей Генеральной прокуратуры, СБУ и МВД Украины. Ежемесячный абонемент для каждого правоохранительного органа составлял от 100 до 150 тысяч долларов США. Таким образом, между Шкребляком и Кононенко было принято понятийное соглашение о распределении прибыли с энергобизнеса Шкребляка. В этом распределении фактическая собственность оставалась за Шкребляком, а оперативное управление переходило людям Кононенко. Это Сергей Мищенко, человек Захарченко, экс-министра времен Януковича, и Елена Мазурова из орбиты Николая Злачевского и компании «Буризма». Именно Мазурова месяц назад вынул оборотные средства из группы компании «Технова», а по сути деньги наших граждан, украденные с Сумской, Черниговской, Черкасской и Дарницкой ТЭЦ, и понесла эти деньги в НАБУ и САП, чтобы сделать ценный подарок дню рождения Николая Злачевского, закрыть уголовное дело относительно него. Это та самая громкая взятка в 6 миллионов долларов, на которой взяли Мазурову с подельником Андреем Кичей, главным юристом «Буризма». Все о чем я сейчас говорю, есть в материалах уголовного производства. Напомню, это именно то дело по «Буризме», которое сначала не увидел в ЕРДР Соросенок, экс-генеральный прокурор Руслан Рябошапка, а потом случайным образом нашел и, изучив, определил его бесперспективным. Как видим, оказывается, было за что нести взятку. Кстати, взятка первоначально, согласно документам, находящимся в Генпрокуратуре, составляла не 6, а 50 миллионов долларов. Люди Кононенко, Мазурова и Мищенко, известные экс-работники Государственной фискальной службы. Они имели колоссальный опыт и были одними из лучших обнальщиков в стране. И не только в Украине, а и за ее пределами. И их поставили на сопровождение схемы неспроста. Именно Мазурова, по словам Виталия Михалюка, обеспечила для Кононенко незаметную схему получения сверхприбыли, да еще и в нале. На чем же базировалась такая сверхприбыльность предприятий? Все помнят схемы поставок угля Роттердам плюс, уголь из ЮАР или там пенсильванский уголь. Все эти схемы не более чем рекламная акция для завышения цен на уголь, а в последующем и основания для поднятия тарифов украинцам. Но суть схемы несколько в другом. Я прошу показать эту схему. Поставка угля шла с Ордло через российские фирмы прокладки, не из Роттердама и не из США, из Ордло. Средства выводились на офшорные компании в Польше, Британии, в Прибалтике и на Кипре. Украинским гражданам и патриотически настроенной общественности Порошенко и компания в очередной раз продали и скормили энергетическую независимость, замотав в обертку Роттердам плюс и пенсильванского угля. А как же все происходило на самом деле? Как работала схема? Согласно грузовым таможенным декларациям ГТД, отправителем-экспортером являлась фирма из Российской Федерации. Получателем являлась ТЭЦ в Украине. А вот лицом, ответственным за финансовое урегулирование, выступали фирмы прокладки в Украине или нерезидент. Именно эти фирмы обеспечивали завышенную цену угля, которая добавлялась к тарифу, утвержденному НКРЕ для ТЭЦ. Такие же фирмы прокладки служили инструментом для создания маржи и дальнейшего незаметного для украинских правоохранителей и фискалов беспрепятственного перечисления средств на счета участников схемы. Согласно имеющимся данным, так называемая маржа в среднем составляла 18-25 с тонны угля. При объеме поставок в адрес вышеуказанных ТЭЦ в размере 1 400 000 тонн в год. Таким образом, теневая доходность от вышеуказанных схем составляла около 30 миллионов долларов в год. В свою очередь, завышение стоимости угля для ТЭЦ давало возможность завысить потребительский тариф для населения на конечную продукцию тех же ТЭЦ, тепло и электроэнергию. Эти деньги платят простые украинцы. Вот он заработок. На входе с угля, на выходе с тарифа. Все эти факты изложены в заявлении Виталия Михайлюка, который работал на Шкрибляка. Это заявление он направил еще в мае 2020 года в офис генпрокурора, в результате чего было зарегистрировано уголовное производство 42020984 и 42020985 по части 2 статьи 209 и части 5 статьи 191 Криминального кодекса Украины. Это касается схемы угля. Теперь расскажем, как воруют у населения на газе. Как известно, кроме угля, ТЭЦ в своей деятельности использует еще и газ. Здесь Петр Алексеевич тоже проявил не абы какую смекалку. Честно говорю, аплодирую стоя. Все помнят о нашумевшей в СМИ информации журналистов ТСН о венской встрече Кононенко и Злачевского в начале 2017 года. Все думали и гадали о цели этой встречи. А цель была проста – получить дешевый по сравнению с нафтогазовским газ от Буризма Злачевского или забрать его даром, так сказать, взятку за лояльность. Напомню, Буризм – это такая мощная компания, что в ее руководство входил сын экс-вице-президента Байдена Хантер Байден, а семья Байдена получала миллионы за непонятные услуги. В реальности за политическую крышу. Из акта проведения проверки НКРЕКП 340 от 30 сентября 2019 года следует, что Технова в 2017 году стала приобретать газ, помимо Нафтогаза Украины, еще и ТОВ СК Пивнич, которая входит в группу компаний Буризма Холдинг. Хочу обратить ваше внимание, что у нас есть полный доказательный объем документов, касающихся деятельности группы компании Технова, включая копии черной бухгалтерии, товарно-транспортные накладные и так далее. Мы работаем в депутатском объединении минус 25% стоп коррупции. Продолжаем собирать факты, документы и информацию. А сегодня я обращаюсь к мэрам и депутатам Сум, Черкас, Чернигова и Киева с предложением немедленно вернуть в коммунальную собственность погрязшие в коррупции ТЭЦ, находящиеся в аренде за бесценок, и навести в порядок тарифах, снизив их на 25% уже до начала отопительного сезона. Цифры в платежках людей должны быть уменьшены. Грабить народ Украины непозволительно ни сивачевым гетьманам, ни их заокеанским покровителям. Как видим, в обмен на разрешение нашим аборигенам воровать у собственного народа, американские кураторы из Democraption потребовали полный контроль в различных сферах госуправления, госкомпании, банковская сфера и многое другое. Мы об этом уже много говорили на предыдущих пресс-конференциях. Единственным препятствием здесь оставались правоохранительные органы. Поэтому демокоррупционеры начали плодить свои структуры типа НАБУ или пытались установить контроль за другими силовыми ведомствами. Как это происходило, расскажем в следующей части нашей пресс-конференции. Предоставляю слово Константину Кулику.
Следующая часть нашей пресс-конференции касается внешнего управления государством Украины. Была навязана так называемая реформа оптимизации Генпрокуратуры и переаттестации ее сотрудников, которую активно начали реализовывать при Рябошапке. Главная задача реформы – это полный контроль с боку посольства США в Украине над прокуратурой и получение лояльности на ее руководство. Второстепенная задача, как всегда, освоить деньги либо украинских, либо американских граждан. В случае с Генпрокуратурой, то тут отмывались средства международной технической помощи от США. Вот как выглядела схема по уничтожению украинской прокуратуры демокоррупционерами. Итак, кто сколько и чьи деньги воровал? Согласно плану закупок на реформу органов прокуратуры Украины, в частности, на проект «Поддержка реформы уголовной юстиции Украины», выделено чуть более 7 миллионов 380 тысяч долларов США. 744 тысячи долларов США из них реформаторы потратили на отели, на фуршеты, на размещение объявлений «Ищем новых прокуроров» и прочие жизненно необходимые для реформы вещи. Мы уже рассказывали вам об этом на одной из предыдущих пресс-конференций, не будем повторяться. Зафиксировали себе, что почти миллион из более чем 7 миллионов реформаторы, не буду сегодня говорить украли, скажем так, освоили. Кто же был ответственный за так называемую реформу Генпрокуратуры? Первый – это заместитель генерального прокурора Виталий Косько, который до этого уже нормально себе нареформировал в части присвоения служебного жилья и проходил по статье мошенничества. Вторая реформатор – это начальник департамента международного сотрудничества ГПУ Полина Чиж, которую импортировали в свое время из НАБУ. Мы все помним, как Полина, будучи сотрудником НАБУ, незаконно сливала иностранным спецслужбам информацию, которая составляет тайну досудебного следствия, а также персональные данные руководства ГПУ и народных депутатов Украины. Итак, потенциальные мошенники-шпионка определяют, как освоить миллионы долларов, которые прислали украинцам на реформу. Они решают, что исполнителем программы переаттестации будет международная организация ИДЛО, которую возглавляет Иван Дучидзе. Организация эта феерическая, прописана она в Риме, филиал имеет в Гааге и имеет скандалы по всему миру. В каждом случае скандалов к ИДЛО было 3 претензии ключевых. Неэффективность использования средств, отсутствие реальных результатов и работа на картинку для презентации и заангажированность. Ярким примером такого скандала был кейс по Афганистану, который закончился окончательным негативным выводом относительно проекта ИДЛО. Это расследование относительно проекта Dtube в Афганистане. Так, по обращению сенатора США, Офис специального генерального инспектора по восстановлению Афганистана, СИГАР, при правительстве США начал расследование относительно выделения Госдепом США на Dtube 47 миллионов 800 тысяч долларов. Как видите на экране, в 2013 году Офис специального генерального инспектора по восстановлению Афганистана направил госсекретарю Джону Керри разгромное письмо относительно проекта Dtube. Офис инспектора констатировал множество нарушений ИДЛО. И вот эта структура была выбрана исполнителем программ по реформированию у нас прокуратуры в Украине. Ключевая задача – оттестировать ГПУ так, чтобы в руководстве остались только нужные им люди. Дикость подхода наших реформаторов, видимо, испугала даже самих мошенников в ИДЛО, успешно прошедших освоение средств в Афганистане. Поэтому ИДЛО, будучи нанято на подряд реформирования, лично реформой не занималась в Украине, а отдала ее на субподряд. За деньги международной технической помощи Украине ИДЛО заключает договор с ООО «Сайметрикс Украина». Предметом договора является анонимное тестирование прокуроров, якобы экзамен на профпригодность. По логике, если уже решили тестировать работающих и опытных прокуроров, то такой экзамен нужно было проводить только авторитетной, сертифицированной научной структуре с большим опытом. Потому что от нее зависит качество кадров Генеральной прокуратуры как главного правоохранительного органа Украины. Сайметрикс Украина такой, естественно, не являлась. Создана она в 2018 году. Без опыта подобной деятельности компания была выбрана под один подряд развалить кадровый состав ГПУ. Как мы видим, как только тесты были проведены, генпрокурор Рябошапка уничтожает всю документацию, чтобы никто ее не видел. Подробнее об этом расскажу чуть позже. А компания Сайметрикс меняет владельца и занимается своим основным видом деятельности – розничная торговля вне магазинов, торговля в палатках и на базаре. Еще раз, реформой генпрокуратуры занималась компания, которая сегодня продает бананы на базаре в Киевской области. Есть все основания считать компанию Сайметрикс Украина фирмой, созданной под единую задачу, которая на практике использовалась как инструмент для вывода средств материально-технической помощи США. Официальных трудовых отношений с психологами в октябре 2019 года, в момент реформы, у Сайметрикс Украины не было. То есть предприятие не имело и не могло предоставить справку о наличии специалистов соответствующей квалификации, имеющих достаточные знания и опыт для проведения тестирования прокуроров. Где психологи, где торговля бананами. Тем не менее, ИДЛО выбирает именно эту компанию для тестирования прокуроров. В свою очередь, Сайметрикс Украина начинает срочно оформлять трудовые отношения с физлицами. Многие из них моложе 20 лет. То есть, по сути, по замыслу, по бумагам, тестирование Генпрокуратуры должно проводиться и проводится группой студентов. При этом фонд оплаты трудовых отношений составляет сотни тысяч, а сам тест для переаттестации прокуроров Сомметекс не разрабатывают, они его просто покупают. Кто, как и чем тестировал украинских прокуроров? Член конкурсной комиссии по отбору кандидатов на занятие должностей в САП Шмаленя Сергей Валерьянович сразу же после начала тестирования в октябре 2019 года организовал приобретение онлайн-теста Сомметекс у консалтинговой фирмы Meta Consulting по лончевому принципу. И, естественно, тест не проходили, потому что он составлен так, что человеку с нормальной психикой пройти его изначально невозможно, о чем свидетельствует запись. В такой способ извне развалили Генеральную прокуратуру Украины, то, что вы наблюдаете сегодня сами. Передаю слово Андрею Деркачу.
С официального сайта. Все, что вам сказал мой коллега, уже давно перестало казаться теорией заговора. Хочу обратить ваше внимание, что на днях в сеть попало письмо директора департамента по правоохранительным вопросам посольства США Стефани Холмс генеральному прокурору Ирине Венедиктовой, в котором она предоставляет список, в кавычках, независимых экспертов, которые войдут в кадровые комиссии по отбору украинских прокуроров, а также напоминает об указаниях временно поверенной в делах США в Украине Кристины Квин беспрекословно соблюдать прописанные за океаном сценарии так называемой реформы органов прокуратуры Украины. Хочу обратить ваше внимание, что мы расследуем освоение средств, выделенных на реформу правоохранительных органов Украины в виде материально-технической помощи, а также попытки блокирования таких расследований, а также попытки внешнего управления правоохранительной системой как минимум по 7 направлениям. Мы ведем эти расследования и не остановимся. Кстати, о Кристине Квин. По моему обращению правоохранительные органы в апреле 2020 года зарегистрировано уголовное производство 12.08.08.04.44 по факту хищения средств международной технической помощи должностными лицами представительства ИДЛО в Украине и ООО «Сомметекс Украина» во время проведения реформ органов прокуратуры Украины. На сегодняшний день, по информации журналистов-расследователей, благодаря давлению временно поверенной по делам США в Украине Кристины Квин на руководство Офиса Генерального прокурора и Министерства внутренних дел в августе 2020 года в нарушение уголовно-процессуального законодательства производство по этому делу было закрыто, при этом даже без допроса меня как заявителя. По этому поводу я обратился в офис генерального прокурора с заявлением о совершении уголовного преступления, предусмотренного статьей 343 Уголовного кодекса Украины, вмешательство в деятельность работника правоохранительного органа, требуя зарегистрировать уголовное производство согласно законодательству. По данным адвоката, уже есть решение суда, которое обязывает офис генерального прокурора внести в ведомости в единый реестр судебных расследований и начать производство. То есть это будет конкретное производство по конкретному персонажу, временному поверенному Кристине Квин и тем, кто мешал расследованию деятельности Сомметекс. К сожалению, такая ситуация с давлением на украинские правоохранительные органы, поверенных в делах США в Украине, возникает не в первый раз. Так, генеральным прокурором Украины Виктором Шокиным было зарегистрировано уголовное производство по фактам хищения средств международной технической помощи, выделенных на эту программу. Но остановил расследование временно поверенный в делах в то время в США Джордж Кент. Как вы видите на экране, об этом свидетельствует официальное письмо Джорджа Кента, который фактически препятствовал законной деятельности правоохранительных органов по расследованию хищения денег американских налогоплательщиков. Цитирую. «Мы полностью удовлетворены тем, что эта помощь использовалась исключительно для указанных целей. И, как указано выше, мы Центра противодействия коррупции в отношении помощи, которую они получают от нас, тоже неуместно». Это конец цитаты. То есть Кент крышует еще и Шабунина. Фактически этим письмом Джордж Кент прикрывает схему хищения средств американских налогоплательщиков и незаконно вмешивается в деятельность правоохранительных органов Украины. А учитывая то, что Джордж Кент ныне работник Государственного департамента США, организация ИДЛО до сих пор выполняет функцию освоения американских средств, есть основания полагать, что Джордж Кент активно способствует противоправным действиям по продолжению нецелевого использования и отмывания средств через организацию ИДЛО и Сайметрикс Украина. Вышеуказанное письмо было подписано и направлено в Генеральную прокуратуру Джорджем Кентом ровно на следующий день после отставки генерального прокурора Украины Виктора Шокина. Однако освоение материально-технической помощи – это только вершина айсберга, которая скрыта в данном конкретном кейсе. Даже Рябошапка понимал, что все было настолько бестолково, безграмотно и безобразно, и что его начнут догонять по закону. Поэтому, когда стало известно, что в Раде есть необходимое количество голосов за отставку Рябошапки, он уничтожил всю документацию по тестированию. 7 февраля 2020 года по поручению Офиса Генерального прокурора было уничтожено 449 килограмм материалов аттестации прокуроров и следователей Генеральной прокуратуры. На слайде показано, как заметали следы освоения материально-технической помощи от США. Какие выводы из этой истории? Первое. Внешнее управление полностью разрушает правоохранительную систему Украины. Второе. Часть опытных и квалифицированных специалистов, которые работали на Украину, а не заокеанских хозяев, были выброшены из профессии. В связи с этим мы передаем в правоохранительные органы имеющиеся у нас документы, а незаконно уволенным следователям, прокурорам предлагаем защитить в суде свое право служить народу Украины, используя имеющиеся в нашем распоряжении материалы. Выявленные факты внешнего управления Украиной, нарушение отдельными должностными лицами посольства США, государственного суверенитета Украины, раскрытие фактов тайны досудебного расследования посольства США и управление действиями независимого государственного правоохранительного органа НАБУ, систематическое незаконное вмешательство в деятельность Генерального прокурора Украины и Офиса Генерального прокурора должностными лицами посольства США. Все это является нарушением международных законов и сопровождается постоянными скандалами. Таким образом, с учетом указанных фактов сообщаю, что сегодня я обращаюсь с исковым заявлением в административный суд с требованием признать противоправной бездеятельность Министерства иностранных дел и требую обязать МИД внести официальное заявление НОТу о недопустимости вмешательства отдельными лицами посольства США во внутренние дела Украины. Второй иск, Константин,
Второй иск мы подаем, он касается украденных у украинских граждан миллиардов долларов США. В этом иске, в том числе, будут заключаться требования обязать государственные органы Украины расследовать обстоятельства легализации денежных средств в размере 6 миллиардов долларов США, которые в период 2013-2014 год были незаконно выведены из Украины на американский инвестиционный фонд Франклин Темплтон.
Таким образом, мы готовим обращение в суд с исковым требованием признать бездеятельность НБУ, Кабинета министров, НАБУ, АРМы неправомерной и несоответствующей Конституции и законам Украины, а также принять меры, направленные на установление местонахождения незаконно выведенных средств и возврат их в госбюджет. А это не менее 13 миллиардов долларов США. Теперь, как я обещал о санкциях, хочу, чтобы наши граждане правильно поняли, что своим фактическим решением о введении санкций в отношении меня министр финансов США Мнучин заявил буквально следующее. Мы требуем остановить расследование и публичное освещение фактов коррупции и грабежа украинских граждан, фактов выведения наворованных и отмытых средств с территории Украины через разные юрисдикции, в том числе в США. И мы в лице Минфина не собираемся возвращать 13 миллиардов ворованных средств в Украину, поскольку эти средства находятся в распоряжении нужных компаний и имеющих надежных лоббистов, покрывающих воровство и коррупцию с участием украинских олигархов и беглецов из АЗУ Януковича и АЗУ Порошенко. Наш ответ товарищу Мунчину простой. Верните деньги украинцев в бюджет. Это 13 миллиардов долларов. И оставьте себе свои санкции. Нам не нужны ваши кредиты и десант прожорливых советников и грантоедов. Верните нам деньги, украденные украинских граждан, в бюджет 13 миллиардов. Основной вопрос для нас – это возвращение денег украинских граждан, украденных, отмытых с помощью международной коррупции и внешнего управления в экономику и бюджет Украины, а также улучшение качества жизни наших сограждан. Спасибо, мы готовы ответить на вопросы. Ну неужели никто не спросит, как не успели товарищи от Порошенко с темниками? Неужели никто не спросит про агента с 10-летним стажем?
Да, Андрей Ильич, во-первых, такой вопрос, Александр Юрчук. Когда именно начался зачет вашего агентурного стажа? 10 лет или раньше? И второй, как вы лично относитесь к санкциям, которые введены против вас нашим стратегическим партнерам, и планируете ли вы подать в суд? Вы говорили об этом на Минфин США.
Ну, если говорить серьезно, то такие обвинения, они должны сопровождаться не записками сенаторов и подготовленными сплетнями от лоббистов, а должны сопровождаться фактажом, документами. Вот то, о чем мы говорим с Константином Геннадьевичем, когда рассказываем о коррупционных или противоправных действиях. Пока, кроме заявления, я так понимаю, крупноблочно не разобравшегося Минфина США, мы ничего за этим не видим. Ну и логика 10 лет, она является на самом деле абсурдной. Вы представьте, 10 лет назад я был, собственно, депутатом народным во фракции партии регионов Януковича, у которого и так, в принципе, с Россией и в 2010 году все было хорошо. И сегодня он проживает в Российской Федерации. То есть получается, по логике, опять же, Министерства финансов, если меня в 2017 году депортировали из Российской Федерации, насколько я понимаю, по заказу одного из олигархов, против которых проводилось расследование в Украине, то если меня лишили визы в Соединенные Штаты, я еще являюсь агентом ЦРУ. То есть нелогичность, ну, такая непоследовательность в текстах. Ну и теперь то, что касается интересный вопрос, ведь по визе. Мне бы хотелось, конечно, похвалиться масштабностью мсти, то есть мести, которая там была, да, то есть это из-за Байдена. Но вот по визе ситуация, как нам рассказали, мы пытались это выяснить какой-то промежуток времени официальным путем. Неофициально нам из 2 мест рассказали, что на самом деле решение визы – это история, связана с моей работой вместе с Джулиани на тему расследования по 20 кейсам воровства технической помощи. И в этот момент просто это был один из кейсов, мы зацепили тему Шабунина и Шерембея. Это вопросы, связанные с антиспидом. И нам объяснили, что оказывается все банально и просто, шершаляфам. Оказывается, это была просьба Шабунина к Кристине Квин. И оказывается, что отношения Шабунина и Кристины Квин более чем близкие и более чем дружеские. Мы, конечно, удивились этой теме, потому что я, конечно, допускаю, исходя из того, что Кристина Квин вмешивается в работу органов правоохранительных, Генеральной прокуратуры, МВД, что она женщина с пониженной государственной ответственностью. Но она же не должна понимать, что в конце концов у нее в кабинете даже камеры стоят. Она же официальное лицо. Поэтому мне, конечно, в это верить не хотелось. Вторая информация, то, что касается вот этих санкций. Опять же, нас проинформировали, что эти санкции были щедро спонсированы из Украины. Одним из олигархов. И это не Пинчук. Этот олигарх имел совместный бизнес в энергетике с Петром Алексеевичем Порошенко. И проходя в одном из кейсов, вот мы когда говорили минус 25%, стоп коррупции, мы зацепили тему этого олигарха. Оказалось, что там еще есть и ОВГЗ. Когда ты борешься с коррупцией, ты должен быть готов к тому, что тебе будут противодействовать. Единственный момент, что, конечно, иногда вот такие кейсы, как Кристина и Шабунин, и вот этот олигарх, они всплывают достаточно неожиданно. Но мы с ними будем работать, будем разбираться со всеми этими историями и продолжаем разбираться.
Здравствуйте, Кошельник Денис, блогер. Смотрите, мы делаем такие социальные опросы, и перед одним из судов ставили вопрос жителям Украины, Киева, может ли ответить каким-либо образом Порошенко за свои действия. не 90%, не 95%, все 100% сказали, что Порошенко никогда не сядет в тюрьму и никогда не ответит, потому что в этой стране это невозможно, если у тебя столько денег, чтобы ты оказался за решеткой. Расскажите нам, пожалуйста, когда можно этого ждать?
Это можно ждать, когда будет пересобрана правоохранительная система Украины. Этого можно будет ждать, когда на должностях будут находиться профессионалы, которые имеют опыт, знания, а главное силу воли для расследования. Это начнется тогда, когда наш президент Зеленский, который сейчас напоминает зайчика, который сидит, знаете, закрыл глазки ушками. И вроде не так страшно. И Порошенко есть, и коррупция есть, а ушками глазки закрыл, и все хорошо. Пусть он глазки откроет и посмотрит, что происходит вокруг. И где эта история, связанная, там, я ваш приговор. Какое количество документов? Вот подойдите, посмотрите ситуацию там с выписками Морган Стэнли. Наверное, не каждый видел эти выписки. Сколько килограмм документов по ГТДшкам, декларациям, вопросам, связанным с транспортными накладными и прочим, надо принести в этот зал, чтобы началось расследование по воровству у наших граждан на тарифах. Для этого нужна просто политическая воля.
Спасибо.
Одного человека, президента Зеленского.
Спасибо.
Спасибо за внимание. Извините за несколько эмоциональные тексты и выступления.
Нормально, спасибо.
hang in to chat about whatever. And I'll probably just talk off the top, off the cuff. For all the new subscribers and all those that are watching, we just kind of do this sometimes where we just fly by the seat of our pants. I'm not going to really get in too much into the news, but I will be talking to you about, some of the things, I guess, that are happening, but mostly just kind of hanging out and chatting with you in the chat room. blazingpress.com. We're on YouTube. We're also on Facebook. I'll be looking at the chat rooms over at blazingpress.com if you want to get in on the chat, as well as looking at YouTube. So we'll be right back in just one moment.
When you're alone and life is making you lonely, you can always go downtown. When you've got worries, all the noise and the hurry seems to help, I know. Downtown, just listen to the music of the traffic in the city. Linger on the sidewalk where the neon signs are pretty. How can you lose? The lights are much brighter there. You can't forget all your troubles, forget all your cares. So go downtown. Things will be great when you're downtown. No finer place for sure. Downtown, everything's waiting for you. Downtown. Don't hang around and let your problems surround you. There are movie shows downtown. Maybe you know some little places to go to where they never close. Downtown, just listen to the rhythm of a gentle bossa nova. You'll be dancing with them too before the night is over. Happy again. The lights are much brighter there. You can forget all your troubles, forget all your cares. So go downtown, where all the lights are bright. Downtown, waiting for you much brighter.
All right, guys, what's happening? Blazing Press, Trumpet News Channel, YouTube. All right, guys, so we're just kind of hanging out tonight. I'm over at the website as well, blazingpress.com, looking at some of your guys' comments, and also on the channel at YouTube. What's going on? I know there's a lot of craziness happening right now, and I really don't want to get too much into the news. I kind of purposed not to do that tonight. I know a lot of people want to know what's up with the news and what's actually happening. I don't think anybody really knows what's happening right now. I mean, you know, this whole thing about the my wife and I were just talking about the idea that there was a missile that came in. That's just so, to me, just looking at it, I already know it's not a missile. I don't know why people are saying this. I know there's a lot of people that believe this is what's happened, but It was some kind of an explosion that took place on the ground, and what you saw, that little smoke that was in the air, it came from the ground and it went up, and then it just went back down, okay? The cloud or whatever, the vapor disappeared. What that was the blast, the initial blast. If you look at that video really close, and you stand back and you look, just kind of look at the whole picture. Don't just be focused in on the lamppost. Look at the whole picture, and you'll see, before you even see the smoke come up, you'll see like a big percussion. That's how big the explosion was. It was so huge and such a massive blast that you could actually see the bubble over the area. And then you see it kind of go down a little bit, and that's when you see the smoke rise. Well, what happened was, that explosion was so huge that it threw probably a piece of the RV, went flying into the air, on fire, smoke rising as it went up. And then as that thing came back down, or the smoke dissipated, then you see the big black plume of smoke. It wasn't a missile. I know, I can just tell you right now it wasn't a missile. But anyways, people are all thinking it's a missile. I just think, I don't know how people get that idea. From just looking at that, you can tell it came from the ground up. But anyways, besides all that, that was the song that you just heard that was playing. Supposedly that was the song playing. I don't believe it was coming from the RV. It was a song that was playing on one of those lampposts. You know how the city has like music that plays on the sidewalk? I think that was what was playing on the sidewalk at the time when this RV was there, warning everybody to get out. So anyways, I'm not really going to be focused on all this at this point. I think the most important thing is that everybody is prepared and ready, and my personal outlook and view on what's happening is that I need to make sure that I'm focused on things that I need to be having readied at home, okay? And that's what I think you should be as well. You know, there's a real possibility that this thing could go, and I think that, to me, the possibility is very, very high, very high. I'd be surprised if nothing happens. I would really be surprised, and I just completely doubt. It's kind of like COVID-19. 99% chance that you're probably going to survive. 99% chance that this is probably going to go hot and something crazy is going to take place in this country. How bad? On a scale of 1 to 10, I would say probably like an 8. And if it's up there that high, then it could go into a 10 very easy. 7, 8, it could turn into a 10 and even above that. And that worst case scenario is that we go into some kind of kinetic conflict with another foreign power that comes in to try to take advantage of the chaos that's in America. Now, the reason I think that that's a possibility, and the reason why I think you should prepare in every way, and I'm not just talking about physical preparations, but that's a very big part of what you should be thinking about, because when things really do hit the fan, and I know a lot of Christians will say, well, and this is, by the way, we're going to talk about God here a little bit. A lot of Christians will say, well, I trust God and he'll protect me, and he will. and I believe that if you have faith that he will protect you, and maybe not necessarily in the physical sense that you may think. Well, you always pray, God, protect us. Well, protect us what in the physical? Well, in a certain way, I guess if that's a part of getting his purpose accomplished in the earth, that your physical life is spared, then yeah, that's a part of protection of God's will and plan. But if God's will and plan is that your time is up, and it's time to say, so long, or adios. How do you say it in French? Or anyway, you're leaving. You're on your way out of here, and that's God's plan and time. Then that's his protection as well, because his protection is that you don't stay in this world any longer than you're supposed to. That's if you're in his will. Now, if you're out of his will, and he decides that's your time is up, then your protection was not granted to you because you never got your heart right with God. Okay, your protection is that your heart is right with God. That's your protection, not whether or not your physical body is saved or whether or not it isn't. Because you can look at all the things that have happened in different countries around the world in terms of war, civil unrest, chaos that breaks out because of an invasion from a foreign power, the implosion of an economy, which causes communism to rise up against those that are nationalists. We talk about nationalism and communism. But in the midst of all that chaos, you have to have a perspective that is above just your own, country's woes and its history and in the context of its own, your own time in this world. Your time is very short. This country is only 250 years old or somewhere around there. It's a very short period of time. When you look at some of these nations in Europe, they've been around for thousands of years, and we're just a drop in the bucket here in America. Empires rise and empires fall, and that's another thing that Lynn Wood had said. But your perspective it must be an eternal perspective. You have to have that perspective of not only history, but above and beyond history. That is a spiritual way of looking at things. And that's why I always tell people, you have to have a knowledge of the Bible and what it teaches, because there is a higher principle. There is a higher knowledge and wisdom that goes beyond what you could find on this earth. And that would be having a connection to God. That's your best preparation right there. That's your first and your foremost. That is your main focus. If you're a true seeker of truth and you want things to be right in this world, that's the first place you go. Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you. What's he talking about there? He's talking about, in the context of that verse, he's talking about what the pagans ask for. What do the pagans ask for? What they're going to eat, what they're going to drink. They're worried about these things, not what they're asking. Pagans don't really ask God anything, but what they're worried about. What is it that they're worried about? They're worried about what they're going to eat, what they're going to drink, what they're going to put on, what kind of house they have, if they're going to be protected in this world. They're praying to their gods. They're praying to their dead relatives, whoever they're praying to, whatever they're trying to do to secure their lives, to the point of being savages and brutal beasts on the earth. It's the biggest monster wins, right? The one that's the most wicked and brutal is the one that usually, survives. But there's always going to be somebody bigger, and there's always going to be somebody more wicked than you, right? But what is it that really protects you? So the scripture says the pagans worry about what they're going to eat, what they're going to drink, what they're going to put on, but you're not supposed to be like that, because your heavenly Father watches over you. Here, I'm going to show you the verse. And I think in this time, everybody needs to be thinking about these things, because this may be, let me get my thing up here so you can see where I'm at here. Why is it that I can't find this? Oh, there I'm on the wrong side there. I forgot. I changed everything up here, so I'm all backwards. Okay, so basically, Pagans eat, drink. Let's see if I can figure that one out. Where is that? Pagans eat, drink, be merry. How many pagans we got in the house? Any pagans? We got any pagans in the house? Type 1 if you're a pagan. Now, pagans, obviously, paganism is an actual belief system. So, some people make it as a title for their sinful life or their way of thinking about, just do whatever pleases you. And that is kind of in a nutshell, that is a kind of a doctrine of hedonism that kind of falls under the category of what paganism is. But paganism is actually a faith or a belief system too. So when I say it, I kind of joke, but okay, so here we go. Let's just look at this. Matthew chapter 6, verse 32. And for anybody that doesn't know, this is a Christian channel, and I do preach on here sometimes. In fact, I preach on here lots of times. You'll hear me doing it every once in a while. Let's just look at context here. Let's get a good version here. Let's just go with... just an easy English version, because everybody needs English. How many of you guys love Old English? I like the Old English too, but most people can't understand it. Okay, let's just go through this. Treasures in heaven. Really, what's it all about? It's about whether or not you're ready. Are you ready for what it means to be in heaven? Is your life being readied and prepared for the sweet by and by, right? Store up for yourselves treasures in heaven. Okay, but so what does it say here? Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and vermin destroy, where thieves break in and steal. But store up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where moths and vermin. What is a vermin? I guess it's some kind of rat, Democrat. No, isn't that great? It should say Democrat right there. And some Republicans too. I'll say Republicans as well. I don't want to be discriminating. But it says where moths and vermin do not destroy and where thieves do not break in and steal. So who's going to steal your treasures if you invest in that heavenly place? Like I don't have to worry about anybody taking what I got, because most everything has been invested into heaven. So it goes on to say, for where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. So where is your heart? Is your treasure with your heart, right? Have you ever heard that saying, the way to a man's heart is his pocketbook? You ever heard that saying? Oh, you really want to get them? Well, get them in their pocketbook. That'll cause them much pain, right? But if you put all your faith and your trust in your pocketbook and in your money, in your bank account or your almighty dollar, then yeah, when your gods are squeezed, you're going to feel the pressure. So if your God is mammon, well then you're going to lose, and you're going to be ending up at the end with nothing, because money is not going to save you. I like that scripture that says the rich imagine their wealth as an impenetrable fortress. It's just an imagination. It's really not reality. Your wealth is really not going... It might be saving you in certain ways in the world. It might be able to prevent certain things from taking place. But in the big scheme of things, your wealth will rot. As it says in James, the rich are just fattening themselves for the slaughter. All you're doing with your wealth on this earth is insulating yourselves from some of the things that might be happening for a small period of time, for a very small period of time. That's why these verses are so important to understand, because God sees it differently than we do. He sees the widow, the orphans, the homeless, those that are suffering, those that are poor. You know, it says that's why the Beatitudes are so important. Blessed are the poor in spirit. You know, blessed are those who mourn. Blessed are those, and why does it say blessed? Because they are blessed when they come to God in that state of being, that state of mind. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst after righteousness. They will be filled. Blessed are those who mourn, so they shall be comforted. The true mourning that leads to redemption, the true mourning that leads to finding their peace and their security and their comfort that comes from God, right? So where is your treasure? Is your treasure on earth or is it in heaven? So then he goes on to say the eye is the lamp of the body. If your eyes are healthy, your whole body will be full of light. But if your eyes are unhealthy, and some versions say single, or if your eyes are implies stingy. So some say if your eyes are stingy, if your eyes are generous, then your eyes will be full of light. But if your eyes are stingy or unhealthy, your whole body will be full of darkness. This is going back to the original language. If then the light within you is darkness, how great is that darkness? So if you are a person that withholds unduly, as it says, it tends toward poverty. So rich, have you ever noticed that rich people are the most stingy people? People that have lots of money are usually very stingy with their money, and that's how they got a lot of money. Because they were very frugal, they were very stingy on what they spent their money on, and their investments, you know, they paid off in time and space. They made some extra money, and what they did, they have to protect that money. Then they have to protect it. They have to somehow secure that money, and everything goes into securing and gaining more and securing more, and you're always worried about somebody trying to steal your money, because that's what happens a lot of times when you have a lot of money. People want it. But it says if you're a person that gives, you're a person that understands the principle of giving, then your whole body will be full of light. But if you're a person who's stingy and always looking out for number one, you may think that's a noble way of living, as it says here. You might think it's a light. But it's not a light. It's a darkness. And how great is that darkness? You might think that trying to secure and save your life in this world is a noble thing to do, but it's not. Jesus said if you save your life, you're going to lose your life. But and what he was saying there was, he goes, if you're going to save your life in this world, then you're going to lose it for eternity. But if you lose your life for my name's sake, then you will find it for eternity. Then you will find your life. Pick up your cross and follow me. He's talking about a principle of losing your status according to the world's estimation. And that might have something to do with your finances. That might, you might be not making as much money if you're serving God. You might not be, killing the stock market if you're serving God. There's a lot of things you could do. You could be a marketer. There's a lot of people in religion that do this. They market their teachings, and that's really what they're all about, is trying to make money. But if your real motive is to try to really win a soul, then you would gladly give up any kind of profit in order to gain another soul, right? So if that light within you is darkness, how great is that darkness? I always say, if you have deception that you believe is true, you're deceived, then how great is that deception? How great is that light that you think you have, when in reality all it is that you're deceived. So then it goes on to say, no one can serve two masters. Either he will hate one and love the other, or he will be devoted to one and despise the other. No one can serve both God and money. So it's talking about money. It's talking about the love of money. People always quote that verse and they say, money is the root of all evil. But that's not really the actual verse. It says the love of money is the root of all evil. If you love money and you serve money and you worship money, most men to be pitied, or women to be pitied, because money will never save you. You cannot worship, and in the original language it says mammon, or it's talking about the god of mammon. You cannot serve both God and mammon. So you have to be completely devoted to God in order to not be serving mammon. It's just like if you don't take the mark of the beast, you're going to have the mark of God. By default, if you don't serve and worship God, you're going to take the mark of the beast. It's just going to happen. There's no other alternative. You cannot resist the devil if you don't draw near to God. If you don't have God in your heart, there's no way you can resist the devil. There's no way you can resist the mark of the beast if you don't have God in your heart. There's no way you can resist the love of money if you don't have the love of God in your heart. The love of mammon, the love of this world, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, the pride of life. This is what's against God and his way. So then he goes on to say, therefore I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you're going to eat or what you're going to drink, or about your body, what you're going to wear. Is not the life more than food, and is not the body more than clothes? Look at the birds of the air. They do not sow, and they do not reap, and they do not store away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much more valuable than they? Can any one of you, by worrying, add a single hour to your life? So when it says, cast all your care upon the Lord, it's talking about trusting him to care for you, right? Don't take care. You know, when people say take your care, take care, they're telling you to take care, to watch out for yourself, to protect yourself. Well, if you're a true believer, you're going to trust that God protects you. You're going to trust that God takes your care. You're going to cast your care upon him because he cares for you, right? You are not your own. You've been bought with a price. Therefore, glorify God in your body and your soul, which are God's. If you've given your heart and life to God, that he has bought you, he has purchased you with his own blood. He's given his own son to protect and to cover and to cleanse your own heart and life so that you're right before him. You can stand in the stead of Christ and before the Almighty and be accepted in the beloved, right? You're going to now be accepted in the beloved. There's no way you can stand before God if you don't come through Christ. So then it goes on to say, you cannot add one single hour to your life by worrying. And why are you worrying about things like clothes? Don't you see how the flowers of the field grow? They do not labor, and they do not spin. Yet I tell you that not even Solomon in all of his splendor was dressed like one of these. If that is how God clothes the grains or the grass of the field, which is here today and gone tomorrow, and is thrown into the fire, will he not much more clothe you, O you of little faith? So do not worry, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or what shall we wear? For the pagans run after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them. But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these other things will be given to you as well. Therefore, do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. So don't worry, don't fret, don't fear, don't try to plan so much ahead, always trying to figure out what you're going to be doing tomorrow or the next day or the week in advance or the month in advance. I don't think that there's any issue with you preparing and planning, but don't be caught up in worry. Don't be caught up in fear. Don't be caught up in the stress of what might be. Trust that God has got your tomorrow in his hand. Amen. Don't let fear or care overtake you. Let faith fill your heart. Let faith guide your steps. Faith is a vision that gives you insight into tomorrow. Did you know that? It says we walk by faith and not by sight. We don't walk by our senses. We don't walk by our own preparations. We don't walk by our own senses. Touch, taste, feel. What is it? Touch, taste. We got the five senses, and then we've got the cognitive attributes, all the talents that we have as human beings. But that darkened part of your own heart that only God can illuminate is what gives you the ability to see into the future without any fear. You might be able to tap into some demonic entities or spirits that are going to give you some kind of awareness in this world. There's a lot of people that do this. They astral project, or they get fortunes, or they have the ability to tap into some, psychic energies, they say, or whatever they gain their information from. That's not going to give you any kind of peace. If anything, that will bring you into bondage, and it will bring you into a whole heap of trouble, because they're not really there to help you. They're there to deceive you. They're there to try to manipulate you and to entrap you, and ultimately to capture your heart and soul away from God. God is there to liberate you, to free you, to give you a future and a hope, it says. So it says he's there to give you a future and a hope. Amen? Where does it say this? He's there to give you a future and a hope. Future and Jeremiah chapter 29, verses 11. For I know the plans that I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a future and a hope. And I'm not just saying in the natural world. I believe that what we see and experience in the world that we live is a microcosm, and all the stories that we read of the way God deals with humanity, we can see in history's past. Those principles are literally like natural parallels to a spiritual reality that goes far beyond our experience in this world. It goes far beyond our experience in this world. The spiritual reality of what the scriptures actually teach are a natural parallel. When God gave the riches to Solomon, when God did all of these great works through David, when God liberated the Israelis in a physical battle against their enemies through prayers. As the prayers were lifted up, the enemies were defeated, and as the prayers were let down, the enemies then began to prevail. These are all like natural, physical windows of visualizing what actually happens in the spiritual realm. And it's kind of a parallel. In the Old Testament, you can see those parallels in a very natural kind of, historical kind of events that were taking place. But in the New Testament, it kind of morphs into a spiritual reality that is a window into the mind and the heart of God because of what Jesus did on that cross. But it nonetheless is very consistent with the Old Covenant teachings. Those teachings that were embedded in physical, literal events that took place in biblical history. Those biblical events that were embedded with spiritual truth, which were manifest in the principles of the teachings and the doctrines of Christ, were actually a revelation. It was like a flourishing or a flowering of the actual truth of the Old Covenant. That's why I always like that saying. In the old was the new concealed, and in the new was the old revealed. The Old Covenant basically revealed the mind and the heart of God that was shrouded and that was contained within the root, as they call him, the root of Jesse. He was the root that blossomed out of dry ground, right? He was the Messiah that would ultimately come from the driest, barren ground that could ever be, which was Israel at the time, and how faithless Israel was when their Messiah came. He came to his own, and his own received him not. And so when Jesus comes to his people, even those that are Protestants and those that are Christians in their background and their culture and their tradition. They may not even experience or even know that he's there in the midst of their tradition. Just like the Jews of old, they had all the covenants and the doctrines and the patriarchs, and yet they missed their visitation. And every one of us has a visitation from God at a certain point in our lives, and we can't miss it. We have to be able to perceive and understand and know it. But if you're too caught up in this world, you're going to miss it. You're going to give up. You're going to sell your birthright. You're going to have your eye is going to be too stingy, where you're going to think what you have is light, but in fact is darkness. You're going to be going to church and playing a game with God, and God is going to say, "I'm sorry, but you're not really committed to me. You're more committed to your own life. You're giving me lip service. You know, you praise me with your lips, but your heart is far from me. How often do you spit?" It says, you know, we're to, seek him with our whole heart, with our whole soul, with all of our strength. And then it says you're to love your neighbor as yourself. And I know that's a difficult thing to do, especially if you feel like your neighbor is someone that's out to try to get you. You know, if your neighbor's out there to try to harm you or trying to, somehow, that's why the Jews asked Jesus. They said, "Well, who is our neighbor?" We're not supposed to love our neighbors. We're supposed to, be wary of our neighbors. We're not supposed to intermingle with our neighbors because they're unclean and they don't know God. We're not supposed to touch the unclean thing, as the Bible says. Don't touch the unclean thing. Come out from among them, and I will receive you, says the Lord. Well, it's talking about a spiritual cleansing that is separate from the world, but it doesn't mean that we're not supposed to be in the world, because the Bible says we're to be in the world, but we're not to be of the world. We're to be an influence on the world, to influence them, not to be influenced by them. If you're a person that's being influenced by the world and by your peers, and you're being compromised to commit sin or to go away from God, to be led astray, well, then you need to pull back and you need to get right with God. You need to get into your Bible, you need to pray, and you need to start asking God to help you to be committed, whatever it takes, to the point of giving up your own life, right? That means, whatever that means to you, to give up those things that are causing you to be distracted, causing you to be half-hearted toward God. Spending time with other believers that are of like precious faith, that are going to rub off on you the right way. They're going to be a peer pressure that is going to be godly. It's going to be an influence from heaven. The Spirit and the gifts that the people of God have are going to edify you. They're going to build you up. They're going to sharpen you for eternity. They're going to give you the mind of Christ. They're going to help you to see and know, as Jesus said, "Where two or more of you are gathered in my name, there I am in your midst." Amen. When you have other believers that you're hanging with and you're meeting with, you're going to sense the presence of God in your midst. Just like the Israelites did before they came out of Egypt. There were the Israelites, and then there were the pagans. There were the Egyptians, and they were all intermingled amongst each other. But I'm going to tell you what, God saved the Israelites because they heard his voice. They knew his presence. They obeyed his commands, and they listened when God said, "Hide yourselves. Close your door and don't come out. Put the blood on the lintels of the door." In the sign of the cross. Did you know that they actually did the sign of the cross with the lambs? When they sacrificed that lamb in Egypt, they put the blood on the lintels of the door, just like they do in the sign of the cross, at the top, at the bottom, and at the two sides. And they were to stay in there until the death angel passed over. And I'm going to tell you what, if you're not under the sign of the cross, if the blood of Christ is not covering your doorposts of your own heart and soul, that death angel is going to touch you. It's going to touch you and it's going to take you. But unless you're under the banner of Christ and you're under the blood of Christ, if you're under his blood in Christ, of Christ, he will protect you. He will save you. As it says, anyone who calls upon the name of the Lord will be saved. And so that's what we all need to do daily, is call upon his name. Now, I know that there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of people right now that are perplexed with all the things that are going on in the world. But I'm going to tell you what, it's going to get more and more intense as time goes on. And I'll tell you this, you need to get prepared in every way to be able to navigate through what's coming. And if you don't have peace in your heart, there's no way you're going to be able to make the right decisions when everything does start to happen. Because we're going through some purging. America is going to go through a purge. We're going to be going through some, what do you call it, tribulation. I think it's going to be a separation. I see like a separation of the goats and the sheep and the wheat and the tares. God's going to start separating them. He's going to start pulling everything apart for another. Maybe there's a purpose. Maybe there's a harvest coming. And I'm going to tell you, if you're talking about a harvest, and a lot of people are talking about revival, you're talking about God getting people right with him and getting to their real heart of hearts, a real true revival. Well, I'm going to tell you what, there's going to be fire coming. There's going to be shaking coming. There's going to be some terrible events that are going to cause people to call upon him in truth. And not just to call upon him because they're afraid, but I'm going to tell you what, call upon him because his judgments are just and true. Call upon him while he may be found. You know, when it says, for the night is coming when no one could work, make sure that you're right with him in the day. Don't try to get right with him when it's already too late. You know, like the 5 foolish virgins, they're out there trying to find the light. They don't have any oil because they know he's at the door. And they're all of a sudden start scrambling to try to get the oil. You better have it now. You better start getting it right now in the day. You know, if you think this is difficult and confusing and terrible and harsh, wait till things really start getting hard. Wait till there's a scripture in Jeremiah that talks about this. Well, I'm in Jeremiah. It talks about if you can't run with the footmen, let's see if I can find that one. How are you going to run with horses? I think it's Jeremiah. The thickets of Jordan. Jeremiah chapter 12, verses 5. It says, if you have raced with men on foot and they have worn you out, how are you going to compete with horses? If you stumble in a safe country, how are you going to manage in the thickets by the Jordan? And that's just talking about war. You know, you're in a time of peace right now, and you're already having a meltdown. You're already talking like you're depressed and you can't do anything. You better get your heart right with God now and get over that depression and get over that, that fear that paralyzing you. Because what's going to happen when things really get bad? You know what I'm saying? So gird yourself up, as it says, and get ready. I always like the way it says, gird up your loins. Gird up thy loins. And I guess that was the reason, they always did that when they had to do something, to move, to accomplish a goal, or to go into war. They would gird up their tunics. They would have like a way to pull it up, to tighten it so they could run. You can't run if you got a big flowing robe. So what they do is they pull the robe up and they kind of gird it up. That's the way they gird it up. Get yourself together. When it says that sin is an entanglement, it talks about this. I forget which scripture it says. Put aside the sins that so easily beset us or that entangle us, and run the race with patience. Put aside the sins that so easily entangle you. Yeah, God has freed you from your sins. Yes, God has forgiven you of your sins as a believer by faith, but you have to put them aside as well by faith. God can only forgive you if you're going to be obedient. And God can only give you the power to overcome the world, the flesh, and the devil as you obey. See, obedience is an act of faith. You can sit there and try to serve God and do all these good things and then give them to God and say, look at God, look at how good I am. And that's not going to be acceptable in God's eyes. But if God tells you, put that aside, put this aside, well, then that's God guiding you in the pathway of righteousness. He's guiding you to do and to obey him. And those are the moments you need to obey. Those are the moments you need to listen. Don't try to outwardly clean the cup of your life. You know, the parables where Jesus says you clean the the outside of the cup, but the inside of the cup is full of all kinds of vile and wickedness and dead man's bones, in a sense. It's like you whitewash the tomb, but inside is full of dead man's bones. Well, this is exactly what happens in a soul. The soul sometimes has a way of cloaking its real inner nature. It never changes because it's always trying to appease. It's always trying to please, whether it's man or whether it's God. They worship me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. So what do? Clean the inside of the cup, Jesus says, and then everything else will come into its rightful place. And he was talking about those self-righteous Jews who were so worried about what he was outwardly doing, and yet they were breaking all the laws. They were breaking and committing all kinds of sins in their own heart. Yet outwardly, they looked like they were righteous men. Outwardly, they looked like they were godly men. They were the leaders of Israel, and they were upholding the laws. And yet inside, they were full of wickedness. And I can tell you that's what's happening a lot in the churches today. A lot of these leaders are full of wickedness. And they come across like they're shepherds that are caring for the sheep, and all they really care about is money. All they really care about is shearing the sheep, making $1 million, trying to show off how godly they are by their greedy gain, how much they made. This is what gives them what they believe to be a sanction from God that they're supposedly holy because they got lots of money. Like I said, we have to be ready for what's coming, because you know what? All of this, even all the preparations you make in the natural world may be for nothing anyway. They might not even be worth anything anyway. You could be sitting there preparing, and all that you've prepared could be for nothing. See, there's a parable here that Jesus taught where this man's life is going to be required of him. He was making these barns and storing up all kinds of I don't know, supplies. I don't know what he was doing. He was like a businessman, I guess. Let me see if I can get that one. The parable of the rich fool. Parable of the rich fool. Someone in the crowd said to him, "Teacher, tell my brother to divide the inheritance with me." And by the way, how many of you guys have had relatives that have died, and then you got siblings that are fighting over the money? Like I said, you have any of that kind of garbage going on in your family, just let them have it. Don't even fight with them. Just let them have it. It's not even worth fighting for it. But anyway, it goes on to say, but Jesus replied, "Man, who appointed me judge or executor between you?" He said to them, "Watch out." Then Jesus said, after he heard them say this, "Watch out and guard yourselves against every form of greed, for one's life does not consist in the abundance of his possessions." Your life does not consist of the abundance of your possessions. Your life does not equal how much you have in your bank account. Then he told them a parable. The ground of a certain rich man produced an abundance. So he thought to himself, "What shall I do, since I have nowhere to store my crops?" Then he said, "This is what I will do. I will tear down my barns, and I will build bigger ones, and there I will store up all my grain and all my goods. Then I will say to myself, 'Self, you have plenty of goods laid up for many years. Take it easy. Eat, drink, and be merry.'" He said to himself. He talked to himself. He didn't talk to God. He didn't ask God, "What do I do with all this abundance?" He didn't ask God, what should I do? Should I give to the poor? Should I help alleviate some suffering? Should I give to your kingdom's work that you're accomplishing and your appointed apostles, those who are anointed, that you've anointed? No, he said to himself, I'm just going to store it all up. I'll be able to live off this for many years. But God said to him, you fool, this very night your life will be required of you. Then who will own what you have accumulated? This is how it will be for anyone who stores up treasures for himself, but is not rich toward God. So make sure you are rich toward God. You know, there's another parable that Jesus taught about how you need to make friends for yourselves in heaven. And this was about I think the parable's called he was the master's, the shrewd master. Yeah, that was the shrewd manager. The shrewd manager of a master who had entrusted him with all of his business. The manager was very shrewd, but he got in trouble to be stored on this earth, but they're to be stored up in heaven. This is how you turn natural possessions that you have, physical prosperity, how you can turn it into a blessing and a spiritual treasure. Okay? Listen to what Jesus said here. Jesus said to his disciples, there was a rich man whose manager was accused of wasting his possessions. So he called him in to ask for an accounting. What is this I hear about you? Turn in an account of your management, for you cannot be my manager any longer. The manager said to himself, what shall I do? Now that my master is taking away my position, I am too weak to dig and too ashamed to beg. I know what I will do, so that after my removal from management, people will welcome me into their homes. He called each one of his master's debtors. How much do you owe my master? He asked the first one. 100 measures of olive oil, he said. Take your bill, said the manager. Sit down quickly and write 50. Then that guy was like, what? You're going to give me half off? Thank you. You are the most awesome manager. I will love you forever. Thank you for cutting my bill in half, right? Isn't that what he said? Then he asked another, how much do you owe my master, right? 100 measures of wheat, he replied. Take your bill. Write 80, he told him. The master commended the dishonest manager. Now listen to this. The master commended the dishonest manager because he acted shrewdly. Now listen to what Jesus says. For the sons of this age are more shrewd in their dealing with their own kind than are the sons of light. Isn't that an interesting saying? He says that the people of this world are more understanding of certain things than even the children of light, the people that should understand the principles of God. There are parallel natural laws that even unsaved people understand, that are embedded within nature. God ultimately made these natural laws for us to live by until we ultimately come to a spiritual awareness of the higher principles of truth that are spiritual. And so he commended the natural man that was shrewd because he understood the principles, and he dealt accordingly. So he said that they were more shrewd than the sons of light. I tell you, use worldly wealth to make friends for yourselves, so that when it is gone, they will welcome you into eternal dwellings. So he's telling us, in a spiritual sense, the principle of opening doors by use of wealth, the physical things that you have. Many times you can do something nice for somebody in a physical way, and it will open a door of understanding. Maybe they'll listen to what you have to say. Maybe they'll be more open to hearing what you have to share with them about their eternal life, And it will give you an open door into their heart. Have you ever heard that saying? They always tell women this, the way to a man's heart is, make him a meal. The best way to talk to your husband, make him a nice evening meal, and then tell him what you want to talk to him about. Don't talk to him while he's hungry. That's the worst time to bring up any kind of thing that you want to talk to him about. Make him a nice meal and then talk to him. Amen? How many women have already learned that lesson, right? Make sure your husband is nice and happy, and then ask him the hard questions. So then he goes on in verse 10. Whoever is faithful with the very little will also be faithful with much, and whoever is dishonest with the very little will also be dishonest with much. So if you have not been faithful with worldly wealth, who will entrust you with the true riches? And if you have not been faithful with the belongings of another, who will give you belongings of your own? So make sure that whatever God gives you, that you manage it appropriately and do it for eternity. Don't take even the natural things that you have as blessings in this world. It could be your children. It could be your wife. Don't take things for granted. It could be the possessions you have. Manage them wisely and frugally, and don't waste. Don't be a person that just wastes things. Organize yourself and organize the things that you have, and give. Try to be a giver. If you see somebody on the side of the road and the side of the street and you think, man, maybe I can share some love with this man. Go get him a cup of coffee. Go get him a sandwich or something. If he needs something, talk to him. Find out what's going on. He might be somebody that's on drugs. Who knows? He might be somebody that's got mental issues. But, just pray that God give you wisdom when you see somebody that's just on, wherever. It could be anywhere. It could be someone that you work with. It could be someone that you know online. It could be anything. Try to be sensitive and ask God to give you an insight into what's going on in their heart and how you might be able to reach them. So it goes on to say, no servant can serve two masters. He will either hate one and love the other, or he will be devoted to one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and mammon. See, it's another quote of that same verse. In the context of this parable, so Jesus quoted this very principle twice in two different parables. Amen? And then it goes on to say, and the Pharisees, who were lovers of money, they heard all of this, and they were scoffing at Jesus. The Pharisees, they were like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Oy vey. This is the kingdom right here. The money that we have on this earth is what makes the kingdom of God. And I know there's Christians that will say the same thing. There's a lot of prosperity gospel preachers out there that will tell you the same thing. They will say, well, God giveth us money and wealth to establish the kingdom. And obviously our ministry is the kingdom. And so we're going to establish our ministry. And that includes everything that is contained therein, including me and mine. And that might be right. I mean, I'm not saying that God can't provide for you, but man, don't amass for yourself. Live modestly. Don't amass for yourselves a fortune. I know there's some fat cat preachers out there that just love to show off their nice $1,000 suits and they're jet setting all over the place, trying to make it seem like they've got all this money. And, they're always putting out DVDs and books and tapes and selling, this and that and everything else. I mean, they just look like marketing. They're marketing the gospel. You never want to make yourself look like you're marketing the word of God. Do you peddle the word of God for filthy lucre? You're peddling the word of God for filthy lucre. You're teaching that godliness is a means to get gain. That's what you're teaching. You're teaching godliness is a means to get gain. The Bible says you're not supposed to do that. Godliness with contentment, it says, is great gain. Okay, that's what you should be teaching. Godliness with contentment is great gain. That means even if you're poor, be content, be godly, and you'll have gain. Better a little morsel with love therein, a little piece of bread, than a great feast with strife. Well, you're over at your Thanksgiving dinner or your Christmas dinner, and you've got a great feast, and you got everybody fighting at the table. You think that's something that you really want in your life? No. Would you rather have just a small little chicken dinner, you have the love of God in the midst of your family, and a little chicken dinner? That's a winner, right? As the Asians will say, winner, winner, chicken dinner. And they see that and say, me so hungry. Hey, a little bit is a lot. Have you ever heard that saying? Have you ever heard that saying? What do they say? Keep it simple, stupid. But they also say a little bit is actually a lot. When you have too much, it becomes too complicated, and you get lost in the midst of all the lawyers and everything else. You have to, people that are rich are very miserable. You know that? People that are rich are so consumed with care and misery. Hold on. What's that? You want to say hi? Okay. You want to come over here and say hi to everybody? Say hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
How's everybody doing? You want Daddy to come watch TV with you?
Yes.
Say I love you, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Okay. I'll be over there with you in a minute. She wants me to come watch. She always comes at night. She says, "Will you come watch with me?" Because she wants me to come spend time with her. So it goes on and says, the Pharisees, who were lovers of money, heard all of this, and they were scoffing at Jesus. And so he said to them, "You are the ones who justify yourselves before men, but God knows your hearts. For what is prized among men is detestable before God." Isn't that the truth? How many people have PhDs and THDs, and they come across all refined, and they have so much knowledge. They have so much knowledge, and they're so outwardly, they got everything organized. And yet God knows their heart, and God knows that they're an empty soul. And God searches the hearts, amen? And if you're poor out there, you might be richer than some of those people that you look up to. You might be looking up to some of these Pharisees and thinking that they've got it all and that you want to be like them one day, or there's no way you could be like them because they're... But I'm going to tell you what, if you've got God in your heart, just like Jesus said, the least in the kingdom is greater than John the Baptist. Why did Jesus say that? The least in the kingdom is greater than John the Baptist. He was the greatest among men. But Jesus said the least amongst you that are in the kingdom are greater. Because when you have the Holy Spirit, there is no high-level Christian and low-level Christian. You are a child of the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. There is no caste system in the kingdom of God. There is no elites in the kingdom. All of your different members in your body. Is your finger any less... If I cut your finger off, you would know it, right? You would know that you missed a very important member of your body. You cut off the hand, the same thing. You cut off your arm, the same thing. I mean, if you cut off your little toe, have you ever tried to walk without your toe? I did. One time I actually broke my little toe. Did I remember the pain? And I couldn't walk. That poor little toe affected my whole body for weeks. So every member of the body of Christ is important. They might have a different function, but I'm telling you, they are important. Every one of you out there that is a part of the body of Christ is important. The law and the prophets were proclaimed until John. Since that time, the gospel of the kingdom is being preached, and everyone is forcing his way into it. But it is easier for heaven and earth to pass away than one single stroke of the pen to drop out of the law. Or one jot and one tittle, it says. Anyway, okay, so let me see that. Let me read that in the other version there. Let me see. I kind of like the King James version on that. Tittle is just a little, it's just one little, in the Hebrew script, a tittle is just one little, like, comma. It's like a little dot. One little tittle to fail. God is going to fulfill every piece and every part of his word. Amen? Amen, guys. God bless you. God bless all of you out there. I didn't really engage in the chat as much. Let me take a look at the chat room here. See how many people we still got here. Where are we at here? Let's see. How's everybody doing over there at blazingpress.com? I'm seeing over at the YouTube channel, I see some people. Hello, hello. God bless you, Anna, Annie K, Sally Sue, Matt Miller, Sid for Brains. What's going on? Brooke Barrow, Packing Heat. God bless you. Crazy Mexican, Cheryl, Mary Winzinski. Shalom to you, Rusty Craig, Lester Irwin, Sandy Hopkins, Annie Runnywoods. Oh, you guys are awesome. Joe Monroe, ready for heaven. You love, I know I am nutty, aren't I? Am I not nutty? I know. Just a little nut and honey. Just a little nut and honey. Yeah, we need help. In this world, we definitely need help. Buck is saying we need some help. And we pray that God help. You got Kentucky in the house. Hello, Dan Dunward. Good to see you. Hill is in the house. Hello, Mark. What's going on, brother? Kaleidoscope. Yeah. I see things through a kaleidoscope sometimes. People wonder, where are you coming from? Every one of us, I'm telling you, if we see things the way God shows us, I'm telling you, the world's not going to always understand you. And don't worry about it. You know, you don't always have to have everybody figure you out. As long as God knows, that's all that matters, right? And people will figure it out in time. You just keep holding on to God and don't worry about what people think so much. And I'm not saying you can't worry about what the world, the way they see things. You know, you want to make sure you're a good influence and a good witness. And but man, they don't have to know everything. You know, God kind of wants to share secrets with you anyway, right? He's trying to show you stuff that nobody's going to ever get. And if God shows you stuff that ultimately it's kind of like Joseph. He had a vision and a dream, and God gave him wisdom, and nobody understood Joseph. How many times was he thrown out? He was put in a prison. He was accused of sexual, assault when he didn't do it. Then he was thrown in prison again, and his brothers gave him up, and ultimately, he was forgotten in prison. They were supposed to try to get him out, and he was still in there for years. And eventually, God got him out of there when he brought to remembrance one of the guys that had the dream. And he said, "Oh yeah, I remember. There's somebody in jail named Joseph." And eventually, Joseph came out. But you know what? God is going to make a way for you at a certain point in time where everybody's going to see what God has shown you in the secret place.